So we have done that statewide as of Tuesday of this week. We've also offered a free of charge emergency medical dispatch protocol to anyone in the state that wants to use it. And we've also just in this past 9 months been able to offer a public safety telecommunicator certification for the people that sit in the seat and actually handle your 911 calls. So we are following in the footsteps of law enforcement and fire personnel to actually certify the people that handle your emergencies. So we're very excited about that. So I'm going to dig a little bit into our history, but not too much. The board began its operation in 2013 following the passage of 2012-293, which authorized the board to become the main fiscal agent for 911 in the state of Alabama. A couple of things were communicated in this room yesterday that I think a little bit of historical perspective is necessary for you guys to truly understand where we are and how we got here. When our enabling statute was authored, all local governments set their own rates and collected that revenue for business and residential telephone service. Some of you may have served on local commissions and boards and even been a part of setting that rate at the time. Local agencies set their rates according to the amount of public safety services they chose to offer in their jurisdictions. Excuse me. Those funding amounts were collected from those local agencies in the few years prior to the state board's operation and became those agencies' make-whole amounts. The board doesn't establish the ECD's need or what they should get paid. The statute, specifically 1198.5.2, did. And it was based on the local rates that county and municipal government set prior to the board's operation. The board has applied a CPI in 2018, as we're required to do every 5 years, and we do have one set for 2023. Representative Underwood, yesterday you asked a question that, if I understood it correctly, you said, if I pick any one of these 85 districts, could you calculate what they're owed? And I can go to a chart and tell you, and that's one of the, I don't know what order they got passed out in, but that's one of the first payments to the ECDs. Spreadsheets that got passed out to you. So it's not a calculation, and I just want you all to understand that. It is not a distribution. It's not a calculation. It's not a formula. It's based on what they set their rate at the time and collected at the time, and then has been grossed up for one CPI. But if we impact one district's distribution, we impact all districts' distribution. And just to say that there's a perception of that formula that it's based on population, it's based on call volume, it's based on land mass, road miles, whatever that is, and it simply is not. It would make a lot more sense if it was. It'd be a lot easier to explain if it was. Yes, sir. Okay. And also, I would like for you all to keep in mind that they set their rates locally depending on how their operation ran, whether or not they were a district that collected money and contracted with another 911 service to do all of their 911, whether they're an administrative district that collects money and gives all the equipment to all the 911 centers across the county, or if they do everything in-house. They do the call taking, they do the dispatching, they employ the employees that sit in the seats. There's about 8 different combinations of how 911 might be offered in any given jurisdiction. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. So, as I said, the board isn't able to change any one ECD's distribution without impacting every ECD's distribution in our interpretation of the law. What we have been able to do is push costs from local up to state. So if an agency wants to participate in our language translation service, we've, through state contract, been able to negotiate, a per minute amount for interpretation, and those districts no longer have to pay for that at the local level. The bill gets sent to us, those types of programs. We've also been able to do things like grants, refunds, reimbursements, free training, certification, and other 911 services. Senator Coleman Madison, you asked yesterday about a listing of the grants that the board has given out. So that's one of the big folded spreadsheets that in the board's history of existence, those are the grants that we've given out. We've shown what folks have requested, what they've received, and I think you'll be interested to see. I think yesterday was one of the things you were interested in, who had received those grants. So that's, again, I apologize, it's a big piece of paper, but we wanted to kind of capture the spirit of our grant program. While you look over that, I'll simply say, though, reimbursements, refunds, grants, all of those types of programs, we cannot fund to our local districts if they don't apply, if they don't participate, if they don't bring their invoice forward or their receipt. So those are some shortcomings of our programs, that we don't have 100% participation all the time. So I say all that to say there seems to be a perception, like I said earlier, that the funding is equitable based on some formula of criteria, whatever that is. And equitable funding would indicate that there's an equitable service level. And I don't mean good versus bad. I mean, how much 911 do you get when you make that phone call? Are you transferred? Is the information transferred electronically? Do you have to tell your story again? You know, those types of things before a response is generated. So when I say the locals decide the level of 911 or the extent of 911, that's what I mean when I say that. I can give you some examples in your own locales. I can give you some examples of the boardroom, of my board members that are here, but I won't belabor that point because I think you all seem to understand what I'm saying. Now to speak specifically to the findings in the report. You may have read in my response that we are in need of statutory change. We have been in need of statutory change for many years. The language specifically, as it deals with the 911 fund, was written 12 plus years ago for telecommunications services that have dramatically changed. Specifically, how we are to divide the different kinds of revenue for different purposes or accounts was written when less than 65% of the fund's revenues came from wireless connections. Now over 83% of our revenues come from wireless connections. That means that 20% that the law requires us to put aside in the reserves account will continue to grow unless we have more ways to distribute that funding. And I think Ms. Riddle spoke to that yesterday, that we're going to have some sort of remedy, and we believe that we would need legislative change to be able to remedy that. We, the board, I'm afraid, will find ourselves in front of you with the same type of, yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Have you talked with a legislator about the legislative changes that you need?
I have.
Okay. Do we? I mean, I don't want to get into your conversations, but are they working on that stuff, or do we know who it is? Can we?
Yes, they are working on it, and they are waiting on me. I had asked for a bit of a reprieve with this to sort of see what you all's feedback is, but we had several champions last session that put forth the first responder bill, as far as classifying 911 as first responders and a couple of other things with our certification program, and those are some of the same legislators that are willing to support change.
Okay, so the changes that you're requesting, the changes that you say you have to have, you're actively trying to get that done for the next session?
Yes, sir, but they are waiting on me. So like I said, we kind of find ourselves here regarding the funding because the funding side of our legislation hasn't been updated at all in its existence as far as how that money is divvied out. Ultimately, in 2019, we were also tasked with the deployment of the statewide 911 network and a complete overhaul of the copper pair system that had been in place since the 60s. Once that passed, the board became the main technological agent for 911 in the state, which has dramatically changed the mission of our board and the staff. The funds are needed to continue to implement Next Generation 911, but implementation is slow and it is expensive. There are numerous location enhancing features that are in pilots across a few ECDs and many more to come that I've outlined in my response. Representative Wilcox, you asked yesterday for us to provide draft minutes from our last board meeting. There may be, like I said, some typos still, but those have been shared with you, and I think you'll find what you're looking for on page 3. We have been able to remedy the balance that was in the revenue account that was calculated by Ms. Thomas or shared with us by Ms. Thomas, and we've already been able to make that distribution. We've already voted as a board to adopt the calculations as shown by Mrs. Thomas. She was gracious enough to walk me through every cell of every spreadsheet that she offered us, so we have no issues conforming to that immediately, and we plan to do so. So,
we don't need to belabor it here today, but I am going to want to talk to you. I understand Mobile County is geographically bigger than Madison County, and it's got more municipalities, but the population is only like 10,000 people more, and there's a 5 million annual delta there. So that's something I'm going to want to talk about offline.
yes, sir. This is not in the handouts, but this is one of those conversations that we really do need to have where we have a number of different distribution formulas that we would like to share because you need to consider all of those things because we're not equitably funded by per capita, call volume, anything like that. So,
But I do understand, and I may be wrong, correct me if I am. Mobile had already implemented a higher tax to fund theirs. Is that correct? They had a lot of funding before they joined the organization? Or
they did in the final hour. I think that's a fair way to say that so that their proceeds would be matched by the state 911 fund.
Yeah, so there was some things done on behalf of Mobile County, by Mobile County, for a Mobile County solution.
And a number of jurisdictions did do that also. So some did not. I want to speak specifically about the Rule 585-4.09. I said that wrong, but that was not passed for the board to amass funds. It just simply wasn't. It was passed to show the board's commitment to making districts whole prior to any other account being made whole. We want the districts to have levelized funding, and they had not had levelized funding in years. And that was the board's mission, was to make certain that they had dependable, continuous, levelized funding. So that's why we had adopted the distribution of the baseline every month, no matter what, even if we didn't have the collections. Ms. Thomas dug into the revenues for fiscal year 21 and 22 yesterday a little bit for you all. And I will just tell you that leading up to that, a little bit of a different type or amount of revenue leading up to that. COVID actually very much was beneficial to the 911 fund in that our revenues are consumer driven. Well, when everybody went home in 2020, everybody bought more devices, everybody bought more service, everybody bought more. And so our telecommunication service providers remitted more. And that's sort of where we are today. Very, very minimally, we are up just a touch from last year, but we are up from years in the past. And that's one of the reasons. I would ask you that, yes, ma'am. No, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm on the same page and understand. Okay, so you explained, and you may have to reiterate your explanation again of why you all kept it at a certain level as far as the fees and everything. But did you make the change in your adoption of the rules as far as, was that corrected? Am I confusing?
I'm not certain I understand
Okay,
the question.
well, go back to the section where you said that you all, the reason that everything was leveled out and so that, I guess even in bad times, but everybody got the same, there was not a reduction there.
So, in the passage of that rule, the first statement is that we will make districts whole, no matter what, even if we short the other funds.
Right.
And that's the passage of the rule. We did seek counsel at the time, board's counsel, and the advice of an accountant at the time that said we should have 6 months of reserve available to us because we were the main fiscal and technological agent. After being responsible for the 911 network, that was sort of the idea of that 180 days. It had previously been 90 days.
Okay, so
But
is this is this a requirement of the law? I mean, is there
There,
specific based on our codes of what is required? I have no problem with the 6 months because you're a large organization, and certainly if something catastrophic happens, you want to be able to fill in those gaps. I'm just trying to make sure that there's a check and balance. In other words, you have
sure.
this has been approved by the board. This is consistent with codes or whatever. So
Our board does have the authority to pass rules, and it went through the rulemaking process with review and public hearings and those types of things. So it did go through that process. I'm not certain that I'm aware of any other state statute that would speak to how much we could have in a reserve.
So if you don't mind me asking, that's a board policy, that's not a state statute, correct, or a state code?
yeah,
Correct.
180 days, I think. is
yeah.
what
Well,
you're
see,
asking.
that's what I was-
Correct. Correct. Yes. I'm sorry if that was the question you were asking. I misunderstood. It is
Right.
not in state statute. No, ma'am.
Okay, so is this something that is in violation? Uh, you know, because it seems like every little thing that we look at, it says, well, it's in violation of code XYZ. So I'm trying to get a check and balance to make sure that everything is on the same page. You follow what I'm saying? So even though you all may have approved it, was this something that you are legally authorized to do? And if not, how can it be rectified?
We can go through the rule amendment process. I mean, it'll take time, but very easily to amend that. But that's sort of my question to you all is I would ask the committee, the legislature, what's the appropriate amount of reserves to have? Because in our report, one of the significant findings is that we don't have the statutory authority to have done to amass those funds. So
So let me
what's
just
the
kind of
appropriate amount?
jump in here, and I'm not to sidetrack things, but dealing with administrative authority and rulemaking changes. I understand that y'all went through the exact process as laid out in the administrative code about how to make those changes, present it. There was, file the appropriate filings with LSA, and then there was no committee findings that you couldn't. There was nothing that was stopped there. The statute itself doesn't give you the authority to do that, but in your opinion, doesn't prohibit you from doing that. And you're saying we went through that process and implemented this rule change. And so I would think, from our standpoint, it's up to the legislature as to whether or not, we believe that there should be a prohibition or some reining in of any of that. But to say that, as I understand the process, that y'all have followed that process and done exactly what you believe have been given the ability to do, unless or until the legislature says otherwise.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I ask you a question then? And maybe somebody's know more than I do about this. So if I go through the process and make this submission and it goes before a committee and the committee does not act, so if you're not giving me a negative, I'm assuming, since I've gone through the process, it's presented to you that everything is okay and I can move forward. At what point?
Well, I would just say, I mean, certainly we have oversight and a wide oversight, but I don't think that those we can, in this committee, we can't tell any board to do something or not do anything, not do something. It has to go through the entire legislative process. So we could certainly make recommendations. We can voice our opinions as to what those changes need to be in the legislative cycle. We can voice our opinions to that board, and they can take that under consideration and change those rules before we get back into a legislative session.
Well, I guess I'm the legislative process, not necessarily this committee.
May I? On page 3 is their legal counsel, and for this board, it's Brunson, Barnett, and Shearer. It is your legal counsel's obligation and duty, fiduciary duty to your board to have looked at the code and advised you. So this is where I see the downfall. And what you're describing is the legislative rulemaking process. Their job, as I understand it, is to say that you are following the rules and notifying the public. It's not their responsibility at that point to look at your code. We don't have enough people in the LSA to manage your boards, and nor do we have the right to, from what our chairman is saying. But your legal, they're the people that are supposed to be catching that you're doing stuff that's not in your code. And I'm putting everybody that's listening on notice now. Start having your attorneys look at the code and advise. And then if I look at this minutes of this meeting and I see that you disregarded your attorney's advice, well, that's a whole different matter. But at this point, it's not LSA's job. It's not this committee's job. It's our job to come up and say, you're not doing. But your attorneys on record are the ones that are supposed to advise you on whether it's code. I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to put the hay down where the goats can eat it. It's the attorney's job to do this.
Understood.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, well, Representative Underwood.
Thank you, sir. Just two quick things. For me, it's 100% intent. Looking at the numbers, and not knowing the board, I was working myself through that. I did look at the responses from the districts that all had good things to say about the board. And so I'm sure you probably saw that, but you have apparently a good relationship with them, and that's good. So they feel like you're doing a good job. They like what your board does, and I know that your intent with the money was not to do anything other than what you thought would be best for the state and best for these districts. And so that I wanted to say that up front first. I did notice on some of the responses from the districts that I think out of 40 something responses, over 20 said the issue, significant issue is funding. And so for the districts, their funding is a thing for them. They're struggling. And
We agree.
yeah, and Lauderdale, we come real close to adding a fee to enable them to have money to operate, because they were saying it's dire, and we didn't get that done in time because it was a local law, and we just found you didn't get it done in time. But it would have been an awkward position for me to raise it with money that's in the bank, and so that was a bit of a problem for me. But again, I want to come back to the intent, of you and the board, and it's honorable. So I just have two quick questions in addition to that. The calculations going back further than 2 years. So you've already done the 2 years, which I think was 21 and 20, 22 and 21, and those were calculated, and you either notified them or already sent a check. I don't know which one. Both. Yeah.
The letter it won't be delivered until tomorrow.
Okay,
but
so you
yes.
notified them. Yeah, then they, yeah, so that's good. And so that's 22 and 21, and I think part of the calculation, I know part of the calculation is landline versus the wireless carriers, of which that's the biggest load on the distribution. Are we good, or will we be capable of going back past 21 to see what other amounts need to be distributed back to the districts? Is that going to be a calculable event for us?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
and that's a conversation I had
Okay.
with Ms. Thomas. That yes, it's going to be work. We did
Right.
overhaul our system for
Yeah.
just that purpose.
Yeah.
In 21. So yes, but it is, and those are the estimates that I gave her for previous years. So,
Okay.
but
So you
we'll fine tune those.
got you, and so that's a priority, and we're working on that and doing.
I
Yeah.
don't know that there will be those distributions to be made though, just based on the revenues.
So you're saying it may not be anymore.
There may not be anymore.
So the 41 million in the bank could legitimately be 35 or 36. With 5 coming out,
Oh
the
yes.
35, 36 could legitimately be
Mhm.
supposed to be in there.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then, of course, well, you mentioned it yesterday, the collections that are there, we have outgoing, we have $3.1 million in grants that we're waiting for them to sign their agreements to send out. I mean, there's several other things that are just, the
Part of
money's
the-
there, but it's September and we'll pay it next year.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Because I was thinking the number would be lower than that. So, but the calculations will prove it out, and that's the
Mhm.
good thing about numbers, right?
Yes,
They
sir.
are what they are.
They tell the story.
Last quick thing, that reserve account to be used for the funding of grants and improvements, according to the statute, that's both for the local districts and for the carriers as well. Is it for both?
hmm
Is it being
We-
used to do the I'm sorry, I've forgotten the acronym, ANGIN or
Yes,
Is it be used for that as well?
it is.
So local boards can apply for that
Yes, sir.
to make improvements to their,
Yes.
it has to be capital improvements, but they do and can apply for that. Does any difference between
I
who gets
mean,
what?
one of the statements in our grant application is for the continuity of operation.
Yeah.
So it runs the gamut. Anything that you can spend 911 fees on,
Yeah.
per the statute, we will grant money for.
And that's done by a committee or by your board? And is there any amount that says we're going to hold this much for the carriers and this much for the local districts, or is it just as it comes, you award?
As it comes, annually, we have
Right.
an annual cycle for both. So carriers, they submit a plan every year, and we take that before the board to see what their expected costs that they're going to request reimbursement are. We approve those, and then they request for reimbursements throughout the year based on that plan. Grants are, this is our project, this is feasible, it's sustainable, these are the quotes, and then we have them sign off on agreements, quarterly progress reports, and pay them for
Yeah, for
whatever their
accountability.
improvements are.
That's good. Do you know roughly what percent is it between the two? Like for the carriers and for the locals, roughly, is it
Oh,
50-50 or 20?
so
80 or-
carriers, their plans have not exceeded $2 million in the last 2 years. It used to be a very large business, like
Yeah.
20 million, but carriers now levy their own fee on phone bills, and they self-recover versus asking us for cost recovery. So they may request $5 on your phone bill, and they recover those costs from you versus from us.
Which leaves more money for the districts. For the
Yes,
locals.
sir.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. I'm still learning. Thank you.
I have a totally different range of question, but
Yes, sir.
first of all, thanks for what you do and the board does. We appreciate your time and everything you put into it. Obviously, everyone knows what 911 is, and it's definitely needed throughout the whole nation, much less all of Alabama. And every day it's in use. It seems like there's such a rise, not only in public safety but also mental health.
Yes.
Is there a breakdown of the difference of those two, mental health versus public safety in general, as far as car accidents or somebody having a heart attack? But the mental health side of that, is there a breakout of percentage-wise, approximately, of the 100% of the calls you get in per year? What's your best estimate of an estimate there?
If I gave you a percentage, it would truly be a guess. It's very low in the whole scheme of public safety calls. But keep in mind that the data that we would pull that from is computer-aided dispatch data. And computer-aided dispatch data is anything from someone has dialed 911 that is in mental health crisis, or an officer stopping a vehicle, or an officer doing a residential business security check or something like that. So to say a percentage of the whole, that has been looked at, but it's tiny, but it doesn't really give you the true view of people that have dialed or accessed, texted 911 and are in mental health crisis versus having another emergency that is more appropriate for a public safety response. That's a long answer to say I don't have a percentage for you that I feel comfortable giving.
How can you find that out for me?
We can do a survey of all of our districts and see what's, kind of pull some numbers from them, but we would be very specific with the instructions that I think you would want to exclude things like self-initiated calls that officers go on, or fire inspections, things that are captured within that program, but not initiated from a request for help.
The reason we
I-
say that, we've been back and forth, and we've got two issues. One's law enforcement, especially sheriff and police departments, are called out anytime there's a mental health issue,
Yes,
no matter where it is. There was one this past week that was at the courthouse in Coleman County.
yes,
But from that, sheriff officers were there. They showed up, but then they didn't have really the place at the time to take them. They were going to take them to the jail, or they were going to take them to the hospital. Really, neither one of ours were set up for that. And so, they end up going to the hospital, staying there. And what it amounts to is they release them back out after 6 or 7 hours after they calm down.
they do.
Not knowing what to do or how to treat that particular patient. And that is a patient that needs to be treated. The reason I say that is wasting our taxpayers' dollars. And if there's a way that we're able to get that percentage on any type of mental health umbrella,
Mhm.
then more kind of broken down to how that affects just the mental health patients that truly need to be treated, not a substance abuse, but treated. I think that's something that I definitely would be interested in as we're kind of all dealing with the mental health crisis in our own districts right now. But I'd love to talk to you about that afterwards and give you my cell, whatever I need to do to come in and
Definitely.
kind of make sure that that survey is set up correctly so we can do that together if you don't mind.
We'd love to do that. Adam, our deputy, is on the 988 advisory
Good.
board. We've worked hand in hand with them. You saw us in the
Mhm.
in here
been
in the
great.
state house during their legislative efforts earlier this year, and we wholeheartedly support that effort. So yes, we'd love to work with you on that.
I just appreciate it and thank you for what y'all do.
Sure.
Representative Shea.
If my two counties are not on this list of getting money, is that because they didn't apply, or are they in the
They just don't like you, Randall.
$3 million, $3 million that's coming out in the next few days?
For the grants,
Yes,
that's
the big,
Blunt and Coleman.
right.
Yes, sir. They've not applied.
I bet they will. In my district, we have an area that I expect is similar to other places across the state, in that we have 3 counties, boundary lines close together there, and a lot of those people, when they dial 911, their calls go to the wrong places. Is that something that we could get a group together to work on with you and your board, or what's your advice about addressing that?
We have a project for that. We have a program for that. Our GIS program. Nita, one of our employees, has taken on the GIS work for 9 or 10 districts across the state. That's another way that we save a district money, because they don't have a GIS professional on staff. But what I was talking about at the very top of the presentation is, as of this week, we have turned on geospatial call routing across the whole state. What that means is there's a polygon, and if this device that's in my pocket says I'm calling from within this polygon, that PSAP says, hey, that call comes to me. It's not an exact science, because we need a little bit of work on the carriers, different ones in different ways, to send the device-based location through the 911 system, but we are prepared to receive that. So if you know of a location like that, we'd love to hear about it, and we may be able to redraw the PSAP boundary, the 911 center boundary, and make it go to the right place.
I'll work with you on that. I brought it up because I thought it might be the same problem all across the state in those situations,
Yes, sir.
The third thing I'll mention briefly is that this committee really wants to be helpful. I really know that. And as you work on with your legislators that you're working with, this committee would be glad to help with that if called upon. So
Thank
we
you.
all need to get together. Thank you.
I'll be reaching out then.
Ms. Missledon, I know you probably had a packet and some other things that you'd like to say, and I will give you that opportunity if you want to. But I think we've kind of almost like an appellate court. We just start asking questions, and I'm in favor of all the members asking all the questions that they need to ask. And if it takes us all day, then I am all for that. I think we need to make sure that the members' questions get answered to the best of our ability. But Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that, and first of all, I want to thank you all for what you do as well. I read the comments that your members made. We support E911, and basically, I think we are a model for other states to look at, and doing a great job. One of the persons that I formerly worked with is on your board, and we work well. I think we met at one time in Birmingham, looking at some things of trying to do some of the things that you're doing. But I want you to go back and explain to me, because the thing that sticks out, is you mentioned that out of the 41 million, 5 million was committed. I'm still trying to reconcile about that amount and that account. And I don't know whether the way you all are doing it is better based on your operations. It's kind of like, this is where the rubber meets the road. I know what we're supposed to do, but that doesn't work. People who work with something understand this is what works for us.
Mhm.
So because money is going to continue to go into that, when this is supposed to be, everything is supposed to be zeroed out, and that's a lot of money. I still haven't heard, to my satisfaction, and maybe I've missed it, of how we are dealing with that. what can be done to correct that? Yeah, I mean, it's all transparent, so it's not something that anybody's trying to hide. I just need to understand the rationale for doing it this way, and how can we work it out so that this does not be it's not in violation of what the codes say, the sections say. And the other thing is that we've got this large amount of money. We are our service we pay more than any other state. Is there an anticipated adjustment, because we're talking about taxpayer dollars that everybody pays into? And we just learned yesterday that if you got just had to give my watch to Maurice because I don't understand the technology, program this, but yes, it's going to be something that's going to be, so every device that you have, you're paying that fee on. Again, so those two don't reconcile. We got this large pot of money, and yet we still charge more money, but you say, well, we still need more. I'm confused.
And I'll let her finish that, but I want to add on to your question from that. Not only do they have that large pot of money, not only are we the highest paid in the country, they just raised it 37 more cents. That's going to go into effect. So it's no longer going to be $1.86. It's going to be $2.23.
But at the risk of chiming in with everybody else, so I think some of the concerns that the board has, first of all, is to the raising, is that statutorily because of the consumer price index?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't a board decision to do that, but statutorily it's mandated. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? So that may be something that we need to look at. Number two, and I would agree and echo what Senator Coleman Madison said and Representative Underwood, yesterday we learned, or at least in my pea-sized brain, heard that it is a pass-through, and that in theory, if all payments were received on the first of every month, by the end of that month, there should be a zero balance, with the exception of the 1% that comes out of those payments. So how is it that there should be an accumulation of 35 million, to use round numbers, given the $5 million that's just been sent back out? How is that, and how does that jive or correspond to what the statute says you have the ability to? And then the last thing, if I'm not going too off topic, is that I get and understand the practical side of things, that maybe this is the best for us, but I'm really, really hesitant, not just this board, but any board, right? If the legislature says, here's the laws of the state of Alabama and they're signed into, if there needs to be a change to, as a practical matter, to make sure that the right things are done, come to the legislature, get it sponsored, get something passed. There are other agencies, boards, who have probably thought, well, we know better, and they may, than the legislature does. And so this is the practical effect of what we need to do, and this is how we need to do it. But if the statute doesn't say that, then I think we've run afoul of that statute, and we get ourselves into some problems. So a lot of comments and some questions embedded in that, but to the extent you can, if you'd address all three of the comments that were made.
I will try. If I miss
Sure.
something, please do re-ask it. So as far as the amount of money that's there, all right. In 2019, whenever we were tasked with the Next Generation 911 deployment, we have a number of programs that have just simply not yet been implemented that drive that network. Whenever we deploy that network to all the 911 centers, we then put on top of that the ability to text to and for 911 to text from their centers. We've utilized that money for, like I said, language translation services to promote access to 911. We have embarked on, which our federal grant dollars a few years ago started our Geographic Information System, our GIS data set. That's one thing that we're kind of 50% through with data remediation for the districts, and we look forward to a day where we enter a maintenance phase, but we're still overhauling from a complete legacy world to a digital world in 911. And with Next Generation 911, you have all of these databases that are no longer flat and tabular, they're spatial in nature. So we're working with agencies like Department of Transportation, the GIO's office, Department of Revenue, to discuss how we put in some money from that fund to aerial imagery for the state, for all of these state agencies to use, as well as local governments. There's a number of those different types of programs that we have out there that we look forward to being able to invest in to drive public safety services in the state of Alabama as well as other services. But I hear you. It's too much money. I hear you, and we can remedy that. I would like to. I don't know how to remedy that without changing the law. And I do not want to be dismissive of the districts that truly are not equitably funded based on some of the criteria that's been discussed here, because we need to take that into consideration too. So I would just say that legislative change is going to be necessary. That's why we find ourselves in this position, kind of a hands tied type position. But we'd very much like to continue to enhance 911 service in the state of Alabama, and we plan to do that. One thing that I have on here, Representative Simpson, why is our rate so high? So in part of the packet that was passed out, I appreciate the table that was shared in the report, but I would want to pivot your attention to an annual report to Congress on the collection and use of 911 funds. And it's a 150-page report.
I'm a
54
reader, so send it to me.
Great. Well, I actually took about 20-something pages from it last night and highlighted specific tables and things to kind of bring your attention to that, but that it's on the table. I'm not sure if it was passed around. However, I will send you the link to it because it gives you a much better frame of reference of what is contained in that number and what's not contained in that number. And specifically, just for brevity, and I've been up here long enough, I know, but for the surrounding states, when you look at what 911 has deployed in the state of Alabama, it is unmatched in our surrounding states. Mississippi has no centralized 911 fee collection whatsoever. Tennessee and Georgia, the number that you see on that paper that was in your report doesn't even include the local 911 fee that they put on top of the state 911 fee in those two states. Florida, again, has a very low rate, and they have 4 to 5 times our population. We're only 5 million strong here in Alabama, and that does put us in a little bit of a position where our rate has to be higher because we don't have as many consumers driving what that is. So
I do want to commend you for your willingness to work with the legislature and understanding the purpose of what we do and what we have. Because when people go back to their phones and it's a family with 2 kids and that's 4 lines, so now they're spending $10 a month just off money to 911, and then they see there's $35 million sitting there that's not being spent. We have to answer to that.
I understand.
I mean, that's something that we have to go back and say. And when you say, well, the legislature requires us to do this CPI adjustment is statutory, then that's our fault. So if we need to fix that and adjust it and make sure that we have the right legislation in place to make sure that the taxpayer is not getting bilked in this economy, in this situation right now, please work with us and let's fix that legislation.
I will say I think you will find a number of states begin to go in the same direction Alabama has gone. There were 36 states that passed legislation regarding 911 just last year. So I think you will find another half the nation or more following in our footsteps.
Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in for 1 second, there's 2 things. One is just a fact I was just thinking about earlier today when I was talking to some people, but are cars starting to be into this fee also since they're able to call 911? I mean, is that something that cars or automobiles are they charged the same fee?
Depending on the manufacturer and what system they deploy in the cars, there have been some that do remit to us.
So this will continue to go, which is good. And again, I appreciate what y'all do, and I think obviously we need it. The question I have about some of the fees is, it's from just going through on page 5 of the significant issues, it does say the state code says that y'all shall increase or can decrease the rate of the statewide 911 charge by an amount reasonably calculated to produce the baseline 911 revenue. So you can each year bring that back down if we needed to, even though you had to do the CPI once every 5 years, which obviously has gone up this time. So, but you're able to decrease that if you needed to, or the board can per year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
At least once per year.
Thank you.
Question for advice on the reserve account for the granting. So I heard you say that the carriers now can make their investments and then they can add to the bill and recoup the cost of that themselves. at whatever amount. You said 5, but it could be any amount, I'm sure, till they get it recaptured. And so, as far as accountability is concerned, I'm wondering if they're charging the amount based on what they invested in for their equipment, and is there any accountability on when that ends? Is there ever any possibility of them recapturing themselves and applying for money from you? That's some. I'm just saying, on your end, that's hard to be accountable for because it's two totally separate entities. And I was wondering, since you said $2 million, I think you said has been requested of them over the last couple of years or so, when you do the work with the legislators to redo this in a bill, maybe consider really strengthening the district's request volume on that percentage-wise and lowering theirs, if not taking out it totally. If they can recapture it themselves, I don't really think we need to, provide any granting if that's the case. But
There
that's
is a
my opinion. I'm asking for
Yes.
yours.
No, there is a prohibition in our statute that says if you self-recover, you may not ask for reimbursement from the board. And that's why we have had that program diminish so much over the years, is because they've decided to self-recover versus come to us and request reimbursement.
Yeah, so I'm just
But
thinking, what if we
your-
gave it all to our districts? And
Your districts would be very happy.
yeah, yeah,
And it would,
or even
I
moved
mean,
it.
quite
moved
frankly,
it.
it would be more straightforward for
Right.
us.
I know, and it was an accountability issue on your end on trying to make sure on that. Or maybe even consider lowering the amount that goes in grants and pushing more of that toward the percentage that goes into operations for them. It's just something to consider. So thank you for that.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, members, any other questions, comments, concerns?
Just one comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just hoping that the issue of that issue number 5 on here, in reference to the funding of money, that we can work on with you all, some kind of changes in legislation is definitely going to be needed. And again, I'm not about trying to tie your hands, because E911 works. Everybody's happy with it regardless. But I do think that there are some changes that, as Matt said, we need to try to make sure, because when people ask us about it, or they ask us about these little incidental charges on whatever phone bill or whatever, I don't know, doesn't get it. They say, well, you in Montgomery, you're supposed to know. Everybody around this table is impacted by the same thing. And I love this committee because it's a learning process. We learn about the small wheel that make the big wheel run, that runs the state. But at the end of the day, we still have to be accountable to the people that we represent and really the entire state. So we rely on you all. And all I'm saying is that if it's not working, because it's not that we are dissatisfied with the product or what you do, we're very happy with that. It's just that we need to get it so that everybody understands, and we can explain it, and we need to deal with this issue here about this large sum of money. Not that you don't need it, because what I heard you say, and I want to make sure I did, that you said that in 2019 you all implemented some programs, again, that you want to make some changes. A lot of it is over to digital and things like that, and aerial imaging. That's going to cost. I really would hope that, or I would like to see all of these things that you all plan. I'd like to see an estimated cost. I know that things go up and you're not going to be able to do everything. You're not going to be able to spend all of this money at one time. But there should be a list somewhere of these are the things that we plan, so that we can see how this money, you have some plans and how this money is going to be spent. So, in us sitting down, I'm hoping that we can do that and be able to rectify this so that we won't have that huge sum of money there and not being able to explain to citizens why your rates are high.
We do have those plans and budgets written down. Let me ask this of you all: do we need to go a step further and show how that is impactful to every district also? And okay, all right, I got
Yes.
a resounding yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be extremely helpful to us. Also helps us justify things when we're confronted with them on a local level. So that's very helpful. I know that's pretty extensive work, but I would appreciate that. The other thing that I want to say, we've come in here and we've looked at these and did a deep dive. You listened yesterday, and last night you went to work and you brought back answers, and that's admirable. And I want to thank you and your board. You came in here, you answered every question that was asked yesterday, to my knowledge, plus the ones today in detail, and you connected the dots. Some of those things we had to follow a little bit because we don't do what you do, and you did a
I'd like to
very
make it
good job of doing that, and you're to be commended for that. The other thing is you and your board are being commended because you're forward thinking. It's nice to hear that Alabama's on the leading edge in this area. And yes, there's some bumps in the road,
Yes.
but anytime you you blaze a trail, sometimes you're going to have those. So continue that forward thinking. You know, get this cleaned up a little bit.
Sure.
And then you brought some attention to us that we didn't know, or I didn't. Some of the others may have, about you need some help legislatively from us, and we have to hear that. So I would say to you, whatever you run into with that, I know anyone on this board would welcome. If
Thank
you need some help for there and you have some trouble there, come to us. We will be glad to try to assist you with that. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kelly. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
Thank you for this dialogue this morning. Just one very brief question, well, two. One, are these grants available annually? I may have missed this conversation.
We do the grant process. We do a grant cycle annually, but our rules are written in a way that somebody could come to us for a hardship grant any day of the year, as
Great.
often as they might need it.
Great.
I will tell you, we've not had that happen in these 8 grant cycles, but it is possible.
And then a conversation I would like to have with you offline is there a way or a method to track like the quality of services per district, and see if we have any disparities? I'm interested in that. Let's talk about that
Certainly.
offline.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments, members? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Board of Public Accountancy.
So I'm Boyd Busby. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Public Accountancy. Thank you so much, Senator Barfitt and Co-Chair Representative Wilcox, for allowing us to come before the board, talk a little bit about what we do, answer some of the items found in the Sunset Report. If it would be okay, I would like the board to introduce themselves. We've got all of our board members here except for one who had an out-of-town engagement previous that couldn't be changed. We also have 2 of our incoming board members. We approved board members in the previous session for the upcoming year. So 4 of our board members are rolling off on Sunday, and 3 of them are rolling on. So they've all been replaced. But if it's okay, I'd like to have them introduce and what city they represent.
All right, make sure everybody can hear it, though. So you need to parade up to the microphone, or you need to introduce them. They just need to stand up, whatever.
I can introduce them. The first is Wim Schaefer, who is not here, and he's our board chair. The second is Michael Kentz from Mobile.
Stand up when he introduces you so we can get an, oh, okay. Boyd, you're in the way, sorry.
I don't know whether to do the mic or over there. Then we have Earl Blackman from Fairhope, Delbert Madison from Montgomery, Steve Smith from Birmingham, Dr. Steve Grice from Troy, and Rita Prince from Florence. And 2 of our incoming board members are here, is Alan Skinner from Dothan and Todd Etheridge from Montgomery. We also have attending 2 staff members. One is Nicole Robinson, who is our chief of staff, and Bill Garrett, who's general counsel to the board. I always like to mention Bill Garrett because he's in the accounting world, he's a value proposition, a retired state employee with 40 years in the AG's office that we get on the cheap. And as CPAs, we like legal advice that's inexpensive. Bill's that for us. Yes, yes.
Well, and thank you so much. We really do appreciate it when the entire board is here and we can have a dialogue. So thank you for this remarkable participation and coming up here. I know it's a dedication of your time and talent, so we want to tell you how much we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you also, Ms. Thomas, for passing out that handout yesterday. The handout that you received had two things on it I thought were very important. One, it shows the situation that everybody's in, and that's the pipeline issues, attorneys, engineers, everybody's in the same situation. Right. We need them to transfer over to CPA world. How about that? But we are, we're having issues like every other profession. But what was more important, I thought, on that was to be able to brag on the candidates in Alabama. I often say that there's only one national championship I care about, and that's pass rates on the CPA exam. And we've been in the top 10 and 15 out of 55 jurisdictions for about 5 years running. And that says a lot about our universities and colleges. It also says a lot about our candidates. So getting in, I'll talk a little bit about the findings. There were 3 findings in our response. The first was that we have statutory authority to charge up to $100 with a reinstatement fee, but we never put a rule in for that. We thought it was clear that the statute says you can charge up to 100. We thought we were fine. It was pointed out, we stopped the reinstatement fee immediately. We don't have a ton of reinstatements anyway, so if we do decide to re-implement that fee, we'll go back through the rulemaking process and get that done. I have a feeling with the already losing candidates, we're not going to install a fee for people trying to get their license back. We would rather have them under our jurisdiction than not. So I would have a feeling that we would not reinstate that fee. The other is we had a rule that allowed the board to charge a complainant a certain amount if the complaint was found to be discreditable. We have never charged that fee. I have in my response that not in the last 8 years. I've been at the board 8 years. That was my firsthand knowledge, but I've looked back through a lot of files. We've never charged a complainant a fee. We've got that as one of our rules that we'll strike in the governor's Red Tape Reduction Act. So it's slated to be struck, but we're not going to charge that fee. We do not have statutory authority. It's just hung out there for years, but we'll get it off the books. The last was the pipeline issue, and I wrote extensively about what we're doing for the pipeline. Y'all can be very proud of the board in Alabama. We are leading in so many ways in that area, and I'll talk about those as we go through some of the things we're doing to reduce barriers and increasing the pipeline. First thing that I always like to bring up, and I bring this up every time I talk to one of y'all, is we're the only state out of 55 jurisdictions that has waived our application fee. And we have waived the application fee for CPA exam candidates for 4 years, and the board just re-upped that waiver for another year at our board meeting last week. So that costs us about $60,000 a year, but financially we're doing fine, and we said we could give licensees a break of $3.85 or a student a break of $120. We felt like the student and candidate for the exam, a break of $120 was where we needed to put our dollars. So we're always excited about that. The next thing is we're excited that we haven't increased fees for normal licensing since 2017, and we do not foresee us increasing that fee for at least another 4 or 5 years, depending on what happens with the economy. Y'all know everything's getting more expensive. I think we've got a pretty good record so far of staying within our budget and not increasing fees. We're going to continue that. We were one of the first states to make a major change to help with the pipeline, and that was we took our rolling credit period. It'll take me forever to explain that, but credits expire before you pass all 4 sections of the exam. For the last 20 years, that's been 18 months, and it just has been. We're like we do our audit work papers and, why did the chicken cross the road? Because we did it last year. And that's what well, it just has been 18 years. So we took a fresh look at that and we've extended that to 30 months. That should ease the burden on CPA exam candidates coming into the pipeline. The next thing we did was a vote last week, which was a bold effort by the Alabama board. It's a national effort, but Alabama was the very first board to approve this. It's called a credit rehabilitation or credit relief initiative. And because of the pandemic, there were a lot of test centers closed, schools were closing and sending students home. A lot of things were happening during that time period. And the board voted to extend credits for anybody that lost credit during that pandemic time period out to June 30, 25. I've identified 153 candidates so far that could come back into the pipeline. Interestingly enough, 12 of them had 3 of the 4 sections passed and dropped out on their 4th one. CPA exam is hard. If you get 3 out of the 4, you just need to hang in there. At least those 12, hopefully we can get back into the pipeline. It's a lot of work to do this, but our board says this constantly. If we get 12 more CPAs, we're going to sleep pretty good. It's worth the work. Very excited about that. All of these changes that we're making is designed to reduce barriers while still maintaining the most important thing we have in the CPA world, and that's substantial equivalency. Right now, we enjoy substantial equivalency across all 55 jurisdictions. What that allows us to do is have complete mobility. So CPAs can practice across state lines without having to obtain a license in the state they're practicing, as long as they don't set up an office there. We're the only profession that has substantial equivalency across all of the jurisdictions. Matter of fact, this body should be proud. Alabama's mobility laws are now considered the gold standard, and a lot of states are changing their law to match Alabama's laws on mobility. And y'all put that in 10 years ago. So anyway, that's something that Alabama should be proud of. One of the things that we talk about constantly at the board with staff and at board meetings is trying to make the laws as easy as possible and the rules to follow. We know that the CPA rules are difficult enough. We really believe our job is to make them as easy as possible to follow. The rules are what the rules are, the statute is, but we can do everything we can at the board to make it easier on CPAs, and we're working very hard at that. Some of the proactive measures that we do at the board, we host at least 3 of our board meetings every year at university campuses. We were so thankful. Thank you for coming out, Representative Wilcox, and attending the meeting at University of South Alabama. It was so gracious of you to come. We really appreciated that.
I enjoyed the invitation. I enjoyed watching y'all's process. So I'm a fan of your organization.
Well, we appreciate you being there very much. We go to University of Alabama every November, Troy every January, and then we alternate between Auburn. We have at UAB, South Alabama for our September meetings. So we try to get out and get the word to students about what's coming for the CPA exam. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that our practicing CPA on this committee, Representative Underwood, he's been a key ally to help me understand where the process is going, and I appreciate that. Also, it says a lot about Representative Underwood being on the committee as a freshman. Says a lot about your background and training, but it probably says more about your future with the body. Representative Underwood is one of those that falls into the second acronym for CPA. The first acronym is for me. That means can't pass again. And then there's a second acronym that's reserved for just people like him. That means can practically do anything. So he's your guy. In 2022, our outreach really ramped up. I did over 20 visits to colleges and universities. We're fixing to have a major change in the CPA exam. We thought it was our focus really to get out there and talk to the students and explain what was happening and what they needed to do to get ready for this change.
Boyd, they're asking you, everybody's a fan. They want you to wrap it up.
Hey, I'm done.
You could
Is that it?
you could only go down from here.
You were hurting yourself bragging on Bubba too much.
Questions, concerns, or comments? We appreciate the work that you do. We appreciate your board's time in coming. We appreciate your response to our concerns yesterday and the other written. So you're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next, Department of Insurance. Mr. Fowler, if you could make sure you introduce yourself to the committee and everybody that's with you today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. We appreciate being here from the Department of Insurance. I'm Mark Fowler. I'm Commissioner of Insurance. It's kind of funny being here in front of you. Again, I did this for a long time at the department, and I'm not doing it anymore, so I'm a little nervous now. No, I'm not really. But anyway, let me introduce the folks from the Department of Insurance that's here with me, and we'll talk a little bit about the department. First is Heather Lowe, who you know is our Government Relations Manager at the Department of Insurance. Stand up if you would. Sheila Travis, our Chief Examiner at the Department of Insurance. Brian Powell, who is the Director of the Strengthen Alabama Homes Program and Director of the Mitigation Resources Division. Next to him is our Chief Financial Officer, Jonathan West. Next to him is our General Counsel, Ren Norman. Many of you know him. And Assistant State Fire Marshal Mark Drinkard is with us today as well. So did I miss anybody? Good. Thanks for the time today. The Department of Insurance is the chief regulator for the insurance industry in the state of Alabama. It's a $30 billion industry. We also have the State Fire Marshal's Office as a part of our department, and in that office we investigate arson, we enforce the fire codes, we also investigate insurance fraud in the process. We use no general fund money at the department. We are totally a middle column fee-based agency, but we contribute quite a bit to the general fund as well. We split half our fees with the general fund, plus we also collect the insurance premium tax, and so between those two, that's the single largest source of revenue to the state general fund. And I think at the end of this fiscal year, if I'm not mistaken, we project to place about $585 million into the general fund from the Department of Insurance. So we appreciate the time today and the good and thorough report that the examiners of public accounts did. It's not often that you probably hear somebody compliment the examiners of public accounts, but we're also examiners. You're welcome. We are. We can understand their job because we not just regulate the insurance industry, we examine insurance companies. So we understand the role they play. They did a great report. And my favorite part of it, of course, is page 17 where it says no issues and no findings. But I understand you had some questions yesterday, so would you like me to go into those?
Well, I want to make one comment, and then there may be some questions from other members. 3 attorneys. In-house attorneys.
Yes, sir.
That run the department. My
I'm not
bad.
so
That's
sure
from
you
a
wasn't
lawyer-
right.
That's from a lawyer's standpoint.
I'm not so sure you wasn't right the first time
Yeah.
you said that.
The Department of Insurance, statewide, huge department, and do a great job with it. So kudos to the legal department, the Department of Insurance. So
Stand up general counsel there you go. Great job. I tell him that all the time, and he ignores me when he said it, so he stands up for you. Good deal. So you had a couple of questions yesterday. If you'd like for us to go into those, we'd be glad to do it, or we can just answer questions generally, however you want.
members, y'all have any specific questions?
Okay. I understand there was a question about what is a blaster, so we brought the assistant fire marshal to tell you about that. The state fire marshal is out of the state today, so his chief assistant is here. So this is Mark Drinkard.
How's everybody doing?
Nice.
Very good. So we regulate blasters, and there's a couple of different licenses we permit them. So you have a contractor, and then you have the individual blasters. And what we regulate is the above ground blasting. We don't do anything below ground. So when you're looking at things like demolition, road construction and things like that. That was
Dixie,
easy.
right.
I just have a comment. I have some experience with a gentleman that was in your department that has recently retired, maybe a year or two ago.
Yes, sir.
Very professional and very much appreciate what you and your folks do for those of us who need it at the time. So I just wanted to brag on you. And, you know, I'm sitting here forgetting his name.
What area?
North Alabama.
Philip Freeman just retired. He was a blaster. Jason Clifton.
Like
We're having a pretty good turnover here lately.
Pinkle, or
Pinkert. Greg
Pinkert,
Pinkert.
there you go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to brag on your department because of my experience with him.
Well, we really appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Good job, Mark.
Thank you for that explanation. I just had no idea that the Department of Insurance was in charge of blasting things. So.
Well, it's part of the, you know, I've been accused of a lot of things, but you know, that's part of it. It's part of the state fire marshal's office. And I did hear somebody asked if we were going to blow everybody up, and no, we're not going to do that. So interesting. You know, that's a great kind. Thank you, Representative Underwood, for that comment. You know, we pride ourselves at the Department of Insurance. We're one of the most highly technical and professionally capable departments, we think, in state government. My predecessor, Commissioner Ridling, used to talk about all the staff with letters after their names. So we have a lot of those folks at the Department of Insurance. Okay, the second question I heard, the unobligated cash so high in strengthened Alabama homes, I think that refers back to a couple of years ago. And I think part of that problem we had at that time had to do more with anything with that was the aftermath of the COVID years. And we have a grant program called Strengthen Alabama Homes where we're pushing grants out. The money that came in continued to come in. That's licensing fees pretty fast and was coming in faster than we could make those grants during that time because we were having a hard time getting contractors on site because we're reconstructing roofs, had a hard time getting inspectors on site. And so we were pushing out money slower than money was coming in, and it created sort of an artificial gap there and larger than what we would normally have unobligated funds. Since that time, we've closed that gap significantly, and thank you to the legislature for helping us do that. In 2022, the legislature passed a bill giving the commissioner a great deal more flexibility in moving money into the Strengthen Alabama Homes program so we could fund more grants more quickly. It also allowed us to make a few changes in the program so we can increase the competition among contractors and get more contractors in that program too. I think that number is a little closer to about 1.7 right now. And the other thing that we're doing is in next fiscal year, you'll see in the general fund budget, you'll see a $20 million cap, whereas this year it was a $15 million. And that's going to allow us to basically bring that cap to nothing.
Can I ask the process, and I'm not trying to belabor this hearing,
Sure.
but I hear time and time again, and I know that Alabama's a leader, so I went
We
to
are.
your ribbon or announcement. I appreciate over 100,000.
Well, it's just over 50,000 fortified homes in America. Almost 40,000 of those are in the state of Alabama, and yes, that's more fortified homes in our state than all the others combined.
Right, so thank you for your outreach. But then time and time, I still hear that when you open it up for grants, there's a limited time, and the best time to apply is between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. because by 8 a.m., all the money's gone.
Actually, we open it up at midnight, and by 12 a.m. and 8 minutes. I think the record was they're all gone in 8 minutes. So
All right, I thought it was 8 hours, but
no,
yeah,
ma'am,
so-
it's actually faster than that. Taylor Swift and Ticketmaster have nothing on Strengthen Alabama Homes. When we open it up at midnight, we would, if we could fund every application, we would fund every application, but we don't have near the money for that. So we'll open it up 4 times a year for applications, and they go like that and as fast as they can. It's always first come, first serve. And we are working on trying to figure out a way to deal with that. We've looked at different times of day that we could open it up. It just depends on when you open it up. If you open it up in, say at 5, or in the middle of the day. A lot of people who want a grant are at work and can't do it then. And so you open it up at 8 o'clock at night or sometimes. I'll tell you that there are states all over the country that are copying this program. This has become a model program for the rest of the country. Yesterday, I was at a program with the commissioners from Connecticut and Oklahoma and several other states, and Louisiana as well, and they're all copying our program. And we've been working with all those states to help them start theirs. Louisiana, it's an actual straight carbon copy of our program that they just passed in Louisiana. So they're all dealing with that question that you have about when do you do it, how do you do it. We're also looking at ways we can make more available to maybe elderly. So we're looking at that question, trying to figure
And
out.
that was what one of the things I was leading to is like, is there a way that you can put in some nuances that the elderly and the disabled can be first up on that? Because in my experience, my own personal experience, that's the people that are hurting and need it the most. And
Sure.
I appreciate that your program doesn't look at things like that, but I kind of wish they did look at that for the elderly and disabled.
We're searching for different ways to make it more available for the for what we would call the underserved or the and just trying to get more into that area if we can. I'm not sure what we can do or how we're going to address it, but we're trying to work on that right now and figure that out.
Okay, and what 4 times of the year? I got to know this because I have to tell people.
Okay, no problem with that. Brian Powell is here from Strength in Alabama Homes. Brian, can you help with that one?
Mark, you don't know that?
Well, I should know that, shouldn't I? So I'm about to find out, and I'll be able to tell you from now on. So,
Good morning. The grants open the first business day of each quarter. And to briefly address, I haven't had a chance to brief the commissioner on this, but as far as working with the elderly and the underserved communities, starting in October, we're partnering with some of the senior services centers and senior organizations that have outreach to senior citizens. We're starting on the coast right now, Mobile and Baldwin counties. We're setting those centers up so that they can assist their clientele with these grant programs. So you'll start seeing more assistance with that, and also with other nonprofits such as Habitat for Humanity and some of the other service programs that are in the counties across the state.
Thank you so much.
Do you have the authority to set aside a portion of that for people 65 and older or whatever? Do you have the
we've-
authority to do that?
We've set aside some monies for each one of those centers that will be assisting elderly.
But I mean the
those-
grants.
I'm sorry?
The grants.
Yes, setting aside some money for those grants. Yes, that's being done.
I'm glad to hear that you've taken into account that they need assistance in
Yes.
applying. That was
Absolutely.
key to the success of that even working.
Right, correct.
Quick question for you, sir. And it's probably going to play out in what you just said. It's going to be the answer to it. On our numbers, when I look at the financials, the reserve for year-end obligations are between 2.9 and 5.6 million per year. So the year ended with 12.8 million. There's 5.6 as a reserve for year-end obligations. So it ended up reporting at $7.2 million of unobligated funds. But I did notice that the ones that were spent each year were significantly less than that. Like you reserved, like let's say $5 million at the end of the year, but then the following next year after that, you spent maybe $500,000 or $600,000. And I'm wondering if it's because of what you just said, because you're holding that money to
Yeah, so
to
those
invest into
money-
those different,
Right.
Yeah.
So the money is actually encumbered. In other words, it's earmarked for these different initiatives
Yeah.
around. It's just a matter of whether or not they actually
Right.
are able to spend those by the end of the year. Now, what we do have is we do have some rollover because there's like a 90-day window to complete one of these projects.
Yeah.
So if we get into the fourth quarter and we have this money obligated and they don't complete it and it's paid for in the 13th accounting period, then that money rolls over and it reflects on your report.
So because
So-
of a construction-related
Sure.
process,
Yeah.
it may go beyond. It just keeps
Right.
rolling. So yeah, you can
Right, so you have that money
reconcile
left
that out.
over, and we have spending authority for $15 million. So we raise
Yeah.
it to $20 million,
Right.
and that cuts out all of that excess.
Yeah. Okay. Good deal. Thanks, sir.
thank you. We had another question. We have
Well,
another question.
Please don't go anywhere, Brian. I'm new to the committee, and I'm interested in learning more about the Strength in Alabama Homes Fund. I represent Dallas County, and recently, as you know, we had a tornado in January in Selma, Alabama, which really wiped out a good majority of the town. So I wanted to know, will there be, or can we work together in the future to make sure that there is a targeted approach? Like, is there direct funding to citizens, or is it going through nonprofits as a conduit? Like, how does that process work?
For Dallas County, for this next fiscal year, unfortunately, the nonprofit organizations, for the most part, have taken such a hit because of the overwhelming need that we're partnering right now with UMCOR to go into Selma, to Dallas County. So we'll work through them as a conduit to actually serve the people in Dallas County, because it's a good thing to be able to turn this money over and have individuals apply. But if we don't have some strategic approach and hit the people that need it the most, then we're not making the biggest impact that we need to make. So we have a.
I will need your card.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
And we'll be glad to work with you on that for sure. And we've taken on a number of special projects in areas where we think it's needed as well.
Commissioner, we had a question about what is Core.
Oh, that's a Brian Powell question again. So,
Pull up a seat, Brian.
Sorry, there are a number of organizations that approach us that want to work with us, and these are folks that are familiar with the standard, because we have to have a very strict standard for this program. I mean, we're mitigating homes, and many of you have possibly even gone through this program, or at least attained the level of standard that we want to reach, which is the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety's fortified standard. This is much more than just a roof. This actually hardens your home against wind up to about 130 miles an hour. So you're able to stay in your home, which helps us recover and have a level of resilience that we would not see otherwise. So we partner with organizations who are certified to actually do this work, and it's a deal. It's something that they really have to invest in. They have to practice. They have to get in and understand the entire process. So UMCOR is a United Methodist Church's outreach program, and there are others that have expressed interest. We just haven't gotten to the point where we're comfortable with their ability to actually do this work, and also do they have the scope to be able to handle the level and the amount of work that comes through this program. Yes.
And I will say that I have bought privately on rental property and my own private home 3 fortified roofs. And it is a level of comfort as a female buying a roof that getting the photographs and the inspections that you get give you a reassurance that somebody just didn't halfway do the job. So even on not applying for a grant, but I have assisted others that have applied for the grant. Like I said, assistance is very much needed for the elderly, but privately, just paying for it and telling them I wanted a fortified roof and then getting thousands of photographs of the process gave me reassurance. So if anybody's thinking about replacing your roof, I'd go fortified, because you get a level of inspection that you wouldn't normally get as a private person.
Thank you for saying that, and we appreciate it. We'd love to see every roof in Alabama to be a fortified roof. We recently entered into a project with Protective Life in Birmingham, and Habitat for Humanity, which is one of the groups we partner with probably more than anybody, is Habitat for Humanity. And that effort fortified 100 homes in 5 historic neighborhoods in north of Birmingham, around the new Protective Stadium. And we had an opportunity to visit with some of the residents there who got roofs. And I'll never forget one lady that got a fortified roof. She said, "It doesn't rain in my house anymore." Now we know we're really doing something when someone says that. And so it's been a great program for us. Any other questions on Strengthen Alabama Homes? Great. You had a question about an increase in actuarial and accounting services. This is just one of the things we have actuaries and examiners on contract. They're as needed contracts for both of those services. This is one of the things probably other state agencies are experiencing just like we are. We've had some senior retirees, senior retirements in our department over the last couple of years. And so when that happens and we have those professional staff numbers go down, we have to use contractors more. And we've had to do that more in the last couple of 3 years, is bring on more contractor and actuarial services. We try to do as much of all that in-house. And you met Sheila Travis a minute ago, our chief examiner, with examiners. We also have 3 in-house actuaries at the Department of Insurance. We think that's better to have them in-house reporting just to us. And so we try to use them as much as we can for that type of work. But we recently lost 2 of them. Now, we've replaced one with a chief actuary, but we're down one right now. So if you guys see an actuary walking around out here somewhere, I sure would like for you to send them to me, because I need another actuary. And so when those numbers go down, internal staff, we have to rely more on contractors, and that's what we've had to do more lately. But we're still working diligently to bring that back in-house as much as we can. So that's caused the number to go up a little.
All right, members, any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing none. Thank you all for being here very much. Appreciate you. All right, moving right along. Next up is Public Service Commission. Just because I've asked everybody to introduce yourself and who you brought with you today, if you can.
I'll
Good
be glad
see you.
to, Senator. Thank you. Senator Barfoot and your committee. I'm Twinkle Andrus Kavanaugh, President of the Alabama Public Service Commission. I have my two colleagues. Come on up. And we are, as I say, we are equals. As president, I'm speaking, but we all have an equal vote. I think you all know a former member here of your body. Jeremy Oden is in place 1 on the commission, and in place 2 is Commissioner Chip Beaker. We have quite a bit of staff here, so as not to forget anyone, I've got it written down. Our Chief Administrative Law Judge and our Chief of Staff is John Garner. Judge, will you stand right here? The Secretary of our commission is Mr. Walter Thomas. We have our two accountants here, Stephanie Harris and Kim Holt. We also have Commissioner Oden's assistant, Aisha Smith. We have Commissioner Beaker's assistant, Mary Caitlin Montgomery. We have one of our legal counsels in my office, Lindsay Ward, who is no stranger to this organization, and also my assistant, Debbie Williams. And I think I've got everyone that's here. We appreciate you all looking into us and letting us appear before you all again, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Members, any questions, comments, or concerns? Yes, ma'am. Senator Gomez.
I didn't know you all do railroad inspections.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain that connection because toxic waste and stuff like that. Explain that.
Well, first of all, let me start by saying that we are a legislative creation created in the 1800s as the Railroad Commission. Our name was changed in the early 1900s when Alabama Power Company came into being and needed regulation under your decision-making power. You all put that at the Railroad Commission, and then the name was changed to the Alabama Public Service Commission. As almost all the railroad commissions around the country, every state has what they call either a public service commission, a public utility commission. It goes by several different names. I believe Texas may be the only state that has not changed the name from the Railroad Commission. We actually inspect large equipment and tracks. And as you know, that's a very important thing nowadays to make sure that we have fewer derailments. I will say that the companies that we work with the inspections, our folks go out and inspect the tracks and the large equipment, and they let the companies know where the problems are. And in Alabama, we have really had a very strong relationship with them because when we tell them there's a problem, they want to get it fixed.
So inspection of tracks, that include railroad crossings and things of that nature?
DOT is responsible for the actual crossing. We're in charge to make sure that the track is in proper working order. As you can imagine, if there is an area that's had a rain out and the ground underneath the track has been rained out, that would put a lot of pressure on the tracks at that point and can cause a derailment. You've also got a situation where if one little track has a defect and you've got something hitting it over and over that's heavy, it can also cause a problem. But track and large equipment issues can cause derailments in our state, and we're there to make sure we prevent as many as possible.
Most of our areas have the issues with railroad crossings, so I'm glad we clarified that.
Well, let me say, we get the information when someone does not observe a crossing.
Yeah.
It is not something that I recommend, and anybody that's driven with me knows that I come to a complete stop at every railroad crossing, whether or not it's got the bar or not. You can't win against a train, and it's very important what DOT does.
But I do want you to address when you said hazardous, okay, it's this hazardous material routes.
It's the routes, and one of the things I think that might be misinformation there, and I can get someone to speak, it is more of the fact that any route that is heavily trafficked, and you look at a rail yard, there's a lot of switching. There's a lot of trains in the area that meet one another and switch over from the tracks. There's a lot of potential for problems. And so it's high trafficked areas more than anything. And we have a map in our office, and you've got the different green dots and red dots and yellow dots, and it tells our people where they need to be the most often, meaning you don't want to wait a year to inspect that track. You want to be on that track several times a year.
I'm just trying to get clarification.
But we
I'm
do
in-
not actually inspect the material that goes on the train. That would be ADM.
Okay, that was a question that I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Transportation network companies.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that was something new that was
Right.
added. I'd love
Right.
to hear from Judge Garner how that's going. And I noticed that you had 4 now instead of 3.
You want to hear from Judge Garner?
I do. I'd love to hear from Judge Garner. I had to report to him for like 30 years, so I'm enjoying this moment. I hated I missed your introduction.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we go way back, further back than either one of us want to admit, probably. Your hair has turned a beautiful gray. Mine's just turning loose. So, but
I think you're putting some color on that hair. No.
no, not much to color. So.
When you got hair, now you're just bragging to some of us that are hair follically challenged. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah, well, see, I've messed up already. TNCs, yeah, that's going very well. We do have the 4. The most active, of course, are Uber and Lyft. We regularly inspect them. The process for collecting the fees and dispersing it back to the cities has gone very smoothly. So,
The Uber and Lyft, who are your other 2?
I'd have to get those names. They're not real prominent. Those are the ones that I'm most familiar with. But I can certainly get you the names. I'm not sure if it's in the report or not. But
I didn't see it in the report, but yeah, that'd be good. I just want to know, was that going well? Are they in
oh, it's
compliance?
going very well. The other 2 are not very active, and so that's why I'm not all that familiar with.
And did any of your existing motor carriers swap to being a TNC?
No, ma'am, not at this point. We've had some efforts to try to create hybrids, but none of that has panned out at this point. And so folks are always trying to reinvent themselves and trying to figure out a niche. And so far, we've not had anyone who's managed to pull that off from the standard passenger service that you were familiar with. But there have been a couple of efforts, but no one's really found a platform that works quite as well as Uber and Lyft and the others.
All right, I'd like to conclude my remarks by just memorializing Bob Richard, who was also with me, and Terry Wilson. But both of those men stood with me before you several times. So I know Terry's still with us, Bob is not. So I just like to make sure that we remember their service to the Public Service Commission.
Yes, ma'am. I wholeheartedly concur in your comments.
You serve in Cetus Technologies.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
You serve and Cetus Technologies is the other 2.
Never heard of them. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Members, Senator Kelly?
Yeah, just a comment. So in the past year, I've had the interesting position of having train derailments in both Calhoun County and Talladega County over the past year. And having gone into that, one of those was directly due to rail failures. And one of the educational moments for me out of that is actually getting into that and studying is how many actually train derailments or issues that there are in our country. And there's quite a bit there's a lot. They just don't make the headlines as much until some recent national disasters dealing with some chemicals and things like that that go well beyond. But there's quite a few that happen every time. But one thing I have to say is, and I dealt directly with the train lines in both cases, and the speed of reaction of those individual companies, and there was two different ones, was very, very gratifying to me, knowing how quick that they got in there and how quick they got both of those issues taken care of. So, you know, sometimes we hear about these things and we don't get all the details on them about how long it lasts, and usually you hear more about the complaints and the problems that go along with it. But in both cases, we had situations to where the response was very, very quick, and the remediation was very quick. So those companies would be commended. I just want you to be aware of that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And just for the record and for you all to know, after the 24/7 news cycles gave train derailments a lot of attention over the last year, I went back and had the staff at the Public Service Commission do a chart. Derailments are not up in Alabama. In fact, they tend to be just slightly down over the last several years. Not anything significant to report on, but they were not up in any way. The just the national attention has drawn light to it. But if we have a month where we don't report any derailments, it's a wonderful month. But usually in our state, we do have derailments.
Yeah, it's not just our state, but nationwide. I think everyone will be absolutely shocked at how many issues there are. But you have to put that to the scale of how many miles of track there are,
That's correct.
and then that will help you. And just so someone knows, it was an educational moment for me. A train derailment, normally we think of one laying over in the ditch and no, it's just if they jump the track any at all. So sometimes those statistics can be somewhat misleading.
And it's also an incident, even if in a heavy rail yard they bump one another, it's an incident. If it reaches a certain criteria that is put forth by the federal government, our inspectors actually go to the derailment and are a part of the inspections and gathering the data of what actually happened. I usually get a phone call all different times, 24/7, from our wonderful staff at the commission that does our railway safety.
Thank you.
All right, members, any other questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to recognize one of my constituents here, Miss Aisha Smith. If you can please stand with PSC. I've known her all my life. She's awesome. I would like to, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to hone in on the consumer services section. I understand that that is not a finding. However, I have received some issues. I represent the Black Belt in Dallas County, Selma, and even outside in outer counties, I've had some musings from constituents about the rates, utility rates, and concerns about monopolies and consumers not having choices. So, can you sort of speak to that on how the commission is working to address that?
Absolutely. We, just so you know, we do not regulate all utilities in the state of Alabama. We do have some water, some wastewater. We only have one power company, and that's Alabama Power Company. We have three gas companies. That's Spire, Alabama, Spire Gulf, and Wheeler Gas in North Alabama. And I could not give you a list here without a sheet of paper in front of me because we have a lot of water and wastewater, but they are small companies. Most of phone, except for wholesale, has been deregulated by you all. We don't make that decision. You all make that decision. We do not get involved in broadband, nor cell phones, nor cable, which is where a lot of the complaints come in. If it's in regards to Alabama Power Company or one of the gas companies, we hold hearings. The public, we call them informal hearings because you don't have to bring a lawyer to be able to speak. That is the difference between formal and informal. There's been a lot made about that in the state, but my opinion is I don't believe that if you or one of your constituents wants to come and speak, that you should have to pay a lawyer. So you sign up at our informal hearings. I will say that as president of the commission, under my tenure with my two colleagues, Commissioner Beaker and Commissioner Oden, we have actually had decreases in the allowable return, which is the return allowed by companies to make. Now, they come to us annually and give us their budgets as to what they need to meet what we allow them to earn. And we have to fine comb those budgets. We actually audit what they do I call it a daily basis. We get their reports weekly and monthly, but on a daily basis, that's what our folks are doing. When you look at the price, whether it's one of the gas companies, their sole product is natural gas. Or if you look at the power company that uses a lot of different fuels, but the major fuel they use to produce electricity is natural gas. And if you look at the cost of natural gas, if you look at last year's prices over the year, it went from under $2 per MMBTU, which is, it was right around 169 per MMBTU. Last year it went to $10. So when you have an increase over 5 times the cost, and that's the fuel, imagine the gasoline you put in your car going from $1.68 a gallon, and it is not a gallon we're talking about a different increment, MMBTUs, but to put it in terms that people understand, if it were to go from 168 per MMBTU or 168 a gallon to $10 a gallon, I bet your family's budget would change immensely. And that is what happened last year. That price has come down this year, and it's somewhere right under $3, trading right under $3, but still $3 is almost twice as much. So when you talk about regulating power or gas, you try to come up with what that cost is for the gas for that year. And when you look at the cost for that year, you come up with the formula so that consumers are actually just paying the price of the fuel that is used. The reality is last year, no one got that mark correctly. It was missed tremendously. You cannot have increases that quickly without missing the mark. And so this year, a lot of companies are charging for the makeup. But as far as the last 2 years, there have been no price increases except for mandates out of Washington and fuel.
Commissioners, I just
It's
wanted to,
just a tough time for our economy with the cost of fossil fuels and just the cost of producing, from oil to natural gas to gasoline. It's been very up and down.
Representative Rafferty, I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to echo some of my colleagues' comments here, particularly talking, I get a lot of calls about light bills, right? So why is my light bill going up? I understand that we've seen the ROEs kind of decrease nationally, but I don't think we've seen that kind of decrease here in Alabama. In fact,
Let me stop you.
no, we've seen it.
Okay.
But my understanding is it's still one of the most profitable. I mean, we're still talking about having 38% higher than our neighboring Georgia.
Okay, let me explain that to you. That's absolutely not the case. The return that you are talking about went from 13 to 14.5% allowable return. When I got here today, it is 5.65 to 6.05%, very big difference. When you're talking about as you say, light bill, that would be a power bill.
Right, yeah.
What has happened is you've got a lot of mandates coming out of the EPA in Washington. Those mandates require that you do all sorts of things from the ash pond. When someone says you've got to take an ash pond and move that ash to another place, that's a major cost. If someone talks about putting a bag house on a coal-fired plant, or if you're talking about more power being used, those are anything the EPA mandates actually goes in pricing and is more expensive for the consumer. That's why you'll always hear me fighting what's going on. Those prices have definitely gone down. And if you look at the returns this year, they are very low because we have not let them increase any pricing. But the reality is they, by law, are allowed to recover the cost they pay of fuel. And that fuel price, no matter what it is, has gone through the roof. Just like if you look at your family budget, pricing is pretty high. In fact, if you look at power prices across the United States over the last year and a half, they've gone up 25%. They're much lower than that in Alabama, and it's totally due to fuel cost. If there's any other, questions, we can open up anything about what's going on there. But the reality is we're doing everything we can to keep things low for the consumer, affordable, reliable. And as you will know, if you look at last December, the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, we had unusually cold weather. And if consumers were in the Alabama power footprint, there was absolutely no problem with having power. In other places, they suffered across the United States, including in North Alabama. That is not going to be a problem with Alabama Power Company.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about, take away anything about as far as how great and responsive they are to particularly natural.
And let me also say, many times you will hear reports, and let me get the semantics correct for you. People will say in Alabama, people pay higher bills, not higher prices, higher bills. Let me share with you, in Alabama, we use more heat pumps than any other state in the nation to heat our homes. So when you look at your bills for electricity, no matter who you're using in the state of Alabama, more than likely you're using more power than in other states where they're not using heat pumps. Because if you have a lot of degree days below 32 degrees, you really can't heat your home with electricity. You have to heat your home with natural gas or heating oil. So if you're only using electricity in the summer and not in the winter, whereas in Alabama we're using it year-round to heat and cool our homes, you are going to use more electricity. And therefore, when you look at your bill throughout the year, you've used a lot more.
Oh yeah, budget building's great for that. Right? Absolutely.
So, but a lot of times when you hear Georgia,
And that's
they
what
will
I'm asking
say,
here. So Georgia does have lower. They do not pay as much as what Alabama.
No, they do not. They have
And-
lower. They may have lower bills because they're using less. That is the
Well,
semantics.
Okay, gotcha. All right, but still, at some point, we're producing, about according to the U.S. Department of Energy, we use about 1.132 trillion BTUs, and then export about 35% of that. So, are we paying for that exported energy capacity in that way?
Not in any
Ratepayer.
way. Not
Okay.
in any way. The consumer is only charged for the natural gas that's being used for their production. That is it. And then when you talk about the natural gas that might be, first of all, the largest customer of Alabama Power Company is Alabama Gas. So that gas is also going there. Or excuse me, vice versa is also going there. So there's some between the two companies.
Right.
But no, a consumer is only allowed to be charged for the fuel that is being used to produce the electricity.
Okay. And then I just have one more final question, if you don't
Go
mind. I
right
really appreciate you taking the time to address
Anytime.
some of this stuff. But I've been really impressed with kind of our move towards more diversity as far as energy sources, including solar. There was a point when Alabama wasn't really using much of it at all, but there have been some good strides in that here recently. And I was just curious, if you see, a future where there's going to be more utilization, more diversification of energy sources, including renewables like that.
Well, at the commission, we believe in an all of the above approach. We believe that we need to continue using our nuclear. We need to use natural gas. We need to use coal and the fossil fuels. We need to use hydro. We need to use solar, and we need to use
Yeah.
wind. And we have approved all of the above in the portfolio of the only company that we regulate as far as electricity.
Yep.
So we believe in
Just
an
like
all
to
of
see
the
more of it. That's it. I'm just glad to see the progress that we have seen.
Well, no, as a
just love to see more of it.
commission, the company comes to us when
I know.
they need
I know.
more power.
Yeah, no, I understand that part. Yep.
Yeah, we don't go out and recruit solar or wind or coal or anything
Sure.
else.
But my understanding is that Alabama's eighth in potential for utilization of solar power, but we just don't use. And while we've gone up as far as utilization of it quite a bit significantly, but I just know that it might be, some real opportunity for further discussion on that front. So,
We are open. We have a docket open right now with Alabama Power Company so that they can bring more solar before the commission. We look at it as to, does it meet the parameters? Obviously, solar is usually not considered baseload electricity. Alabama uses the maximum peak capacity electricity on a very cold, like Christmas Day last year, between 5 and 6:30 in the morning, more than even on a hot summer afternoon. And so when you're looking at peak load electricity, you've got to look at something that can be turned on immediately and generated. As you know, the sun doesn't always shine.
I'm talking about
so-
diversification. I ain't
Right.
talking about depending on one or the other. I'm talking about
Right.
making sure that we're using all the strengths and resources that Alabama here has,
Absolutely.
including our abundant sunshine in the summertime. So
We absolutely are open to whatever they bring before us as long as it meets the parameters. And like I said, we have a solar docket open right now that they
Right.
can bring more to us.
okay, well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I have a question. I just
Yes,
follow
ma'am.
up, just a quick answer, just for clarification, because there are homeowners that have solar panels,
Yes, ma'am.
and I don't know, but does Alabama Power charge people who have solar panels, or I don't know. I just want to get this cleared up.
Yes, ma'am. Only if they are connected to the grid. If they decide to completely go solar and not be connected to the grid, then they are not charged anything. That's up to them.
Okay,
They're
explain-
disconnected.
Okay, explain. You
But
say connected to the grid. You mean connected to a power source?
if they expect Alabama Power Company to provide them electricity when they don't make enough electricity in their home with the solar, then yes, they are charged a monthly fee. And that is so that people in this room, I don't know who in this room has solar on the roof and doesn't, but if you don't have solar on your roof, I do not want you subsidizing someone who does, because more than likely they are going to need power. If it is backup power, which is what it would be used for, they are going to need that backup power when it is the most expensive to produce, like on a very cold morning. So our goal at the commission, with 3 commissioners, and I speak only as one, but we have actually voted on this, so I can speak of what's happened in the past. But the 3 of us do not want, some of our state, and I look at this every time we have any kind of docket, how is it affecting those in our state that can least afford to pay? And that is what drives me.
Okay, I'm just trying to get, I
so-
don't mean, but I know, because I don't think we have a lot of issues with you, but I do want to just to get, so from my understanding, how does this work as far as it relates to an individual person putting solar panels, and when would they be charged and when would they not be charged? I'm just trying to get a clarification.
They get
of that.
They have a monthly fee to be hooked up, just like everyone who's on Alabama Power Company has a monthly fee, and then they are charged when they actually use that power. But my goal is to make sure what they are charged, and I believe this is the goal of the entire commission, whatever they are charged, no one else is subsidizing their electricity. They are paying what it costs to provide them backup electricity.
Okay, that's it.
And,
Thank you.
there are some people that have solar on their roof, and boy, they're a loud group. But what they want is the cheapest price for the power, because they say they're generating power. The reality is, if you give them the cheapest price when they're going to need it when it's the most expensive to make, then everyone else on the system is subsidizing them. And I don't think that's fair, because most people don't want to subsidize it, and the people that can least afford things would be subsidizing, and that's what would bother me.
Okay, that's what I needed to be able to explain it to the citizens. Thank
And I'll be glad to come to your office and talk to you about it anytime. Just call me, and I'm 2 doors down. I'll be right over. I'd love to go further in depth on what we do.
Representative Underwood, I think you had a question. Then after you, if no other members have any comments, we're going to wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just out of ignorance. So this was a very learning experience for me, going through your board report, just to see how things are done. Question came up about just a few minutes ago. We were talking about the solar. Is there any regulation on your part on locations of those solar farms? If someone says we're going to put a solar farm here, there, wherever, is there anything that you have to do with that selection site at all?
No.
Okay.
The only company we regulate is Alabama Power Company, and they come to us after they find a location and they decide what they're going to do, and then we have to approve it. So I guess in a roundabout way, we could not approve something, but as long as it meets the current open docket with all the parameters we've given them, we do not choose the place.
So your approval process may involve community pushback?
We have gotten.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I don't know what the parameters are.
We have gotten some, but as we have said, we don't have anything to do with where they do it. A lot of times, all of that is done before the docket is brought to us. Once the docket is brought to us, we say whether or not it meets the parameters or not.
If it
But
does,
we
it
don't
does.
choose. No, sir.
No, it's probably statutorily driven, I would
No, sir.
assume. Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners, thank y'all for being here. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Senator.
everybody that you brought with us and your attention to the details and answering the questions that we had. So thank y'all so much.
And let me just say once again, I'll be glad to come to anyone's office. I'm one phone call away. And if I can, may I please give you my cell phone? It's not a state number. You can call me anytime. Some of you already have it, 334-558-5432. You've also my office number, 334-242-5207. And I'll be glad to come over at any time, and any questions you might have could answer them more in depth. But thank you all for what you
Thank
do.
you.
We're blessed to live in Alabama and have great leadership like you all. Thank you.
I personally
Thank you.
appreciate the ability to pick up the phone and call and ask questions at any point in time. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative.
All right, next up, Securities Commission. If you will, like everybody else, will you introduce yourself? I know, and everybody that you brought with you today.
I sure will. They are filing in now, but I am Amanda Sin, and I'm the director of the Alabama Securities Commission. With me today is Commissioner Christy Andrews, Commissioner Hope Marshall. Birmingham Christie is in Montgomery. We have Commissioner and Superintendent of Banking Mike Hill, Commissioner and Head of Department of Insurance Mark Fowler. We have Honorable General Marshall could not be here today, but he did send his right hand, Clay Crenshaw. Also have a few staff members here that I want to introduce quickly. We have Bo Brown, who is our general counsel and one of our prosecutors responsible for prosecuting dozens of criminal cases that come through each year, and many civil and administrative. We have Sierra and Nick, who's sitting behind her, that run our communications and public relations department and are responsible for, now, I know you guys received a little report, over 100, right, community outreach events across the state of ranging from groups, 10 to 300, I think, last year. So that's those two there. Rena Davis there, that's right, raise your hand, is the manager for our auditing division, who's responsible for going out into our financial firms every 3 years, unless it's for cause, to make sure our firms are in compliance, but also, and equally important, to serve as a resource to our industry. So, for example, when cybersecurity became a thing, and I know I've been with the agency now for 15 years, it wasn't really a thing when I first started, but we educated our financial industry about cybersecurity and provided them tons of resources in that area. We've also done the same with cryptocurrency. We can talk about that all day long, but we won't do that today. Also back here, Renee Sanders and Courtney McCracken, our accounting and HR duo. Courtney, hopefully she won't have her baby today, but they are responsible for cracking the whip in our office and responsible for the one finding only for our commission today. And I believe that concludes the introduction of our staff and commissioners. Lewis Franklin, the Deputy Director of Enforcement, could not make it today, but we do investigate and investigate over 300 cases a year and prosecute dozens of those, including over 150 elder exploitation cases. And April McKay, our Deputy Director over the administrative side, could not. Her son fell last night and broke his wrist.
Glad to see Professor Borg here with you.
Last but not least, I cannot believe I was so pumped about this introduction, is the director of over 100 years and my esteemed predecessor, Joe Borg. He's sitting directly behind me. He was not in my line of sight, but since this audit did take place under his tenure, if he has to step up here to provide you, in-depth type response that I cannot answer, I will adopt it, though, as a response on behalf of the commission. So thank you. Thanks for allowing me to talk. And I won't say anything further in the essence of time, but I'll take questions.
Members, any questions, comments, concerns? Yes, ma'am.
Just one question in reference to a one vacancy here, and I don't know, it's
Dagnall Row, yes, ma'am.
okay. And it says vacant on expiration, okay. But has this been corrected?
Yes, ma'am. So we did omit and neglect to notify the Secretary of State's office per a recent legislation. We corrected it immediately within like 3 minutes of the phone call from the Department of Examiners. And so we've made that notification. And just so you know, the process is that the Alabama State Bar will come up with 3 names for submission to the governor's office for an appointment. So if you guys have any names you'd like to submit, I know they're in the process of collecting those names now, but at some point they'll have those names and they'll certify them and send them over to the governor's office to replace that commissioner's seat.
And your other commissioners, in particular, Alan Carroll, he has been nominated. His name has been sent to the governor. Has that been confirmed?
Not yet. He has been nominated, and he is one of 3. I'll have to check. I know Jenny Birmingham was in here earlier, but they provide the names to us to be sure that they're not also members of the financial industry that we regulate. So 2 names that they had selected, because we do want them to have some knowledge of the financial side, but not be registrants. So we sent them back. So I think she has one more name, and I'm not sure who that is because they independently sort of select those individuals. But I don't know that they've been sent over yet.
Okay, and those were sent over in a timely manner. They this expired back in May.
We make the notifications to the Society of CPAs and the State Bar, and then once we've made them aware that those appointments are up, then they conduct whatever they do to determine the 3 candidates that go over. But those notifications to those organizations have been made. I know they had several appointments and names that they were putting together for other agencies, but I'll be happy to contact Jenny Birmingham. I know she was in here earlier, but I don't know whether they have provided all 3 names to the governor's office.
All right, that's what, in some of these things, when it's expired, we're just trying to look and see what is causing the roadblock.
Oh, sure, yeah. I know I dropped by the appointments office a few weeks ago, and the lady they hired to help the secretary with the appointments had a stack of, so they're very busy over there, I know right now. But for us, like I said, the notifications are made to the Society of CPAs to make them aware that we need a vacancy filled. I understand that, I know there are a lot of appointments being made, and during COVID, I'm not using that as a complete excuse, but I think, with confirmations and things sort of getting backed up, but I think things are moving pretty quickly now.
All right, well, you've given me a long answer, but when did y'all send the names over? Was that, I'm just trying to figure out when we get this
I'm a lawyer.
process started.
Yeah. So we don't send the names over. So we notify the society.
When did you notify the society?
Several months ago. Daniel, when were you?
What was it before May?
August. It was not before May. We were delinquent. We were delinquent in notifying.
All right, I'm sorry. I just have to make these points. I just want to make sure that we're being fair and above board and treat all the boards the same.
Thank you.
You did have a delay in sending it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, that is a little ding.
Yes, ma'am.
But I personally even made calls to make sure that they tried to ramp up. Once I heard that y'all had a delay, that we tried to get the process speeded up so that those appointments could be made. So now
Thank you.
you've done that, and now they've submitted the 3 names, and now that's at the governor's office.
Well, I hope it's at the governor's office. I'll have to confirm with Janine to be sure, because once we notify them, it's out of our hands because there's an independent process for coming up with the names.
Okay, now when are you going to start on the next one that's going to expire?
Today.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah.
Good answer. Thank you so much. I'm through.
I've got one thing.
Sure.
I just want to tell you how eloquent that when you got up and said, we had one finding and it was under my predecessor and he's here and he's been there forever. I've never seen anybody so nicely thrown under a bus in all my life.
Yeah, I love
So I want to commend you for that. You got a future in politics,
Thank you.
I don't know if I get to respond to that or not.
Amanda, if you could, just in 30 seconds, if you could, I know a couple years ago, and it's pointed out in page 1 of the act that's passed, now law, about elder abuse and the processes that the banking institutions can make to kind of make sure that folks aren't affected and aren't abused. So if you could just hit the highlights on that, that's helped and the benefits of that to the state.
Thank you, Senator Barfoot. I love to talk about the commission. So in 2016, we helped with industry and Department of Human Resources pass a law to mandate, this is the financial industry wanted it, due to privacy reasons, reporting of suspected financial exploitation. And we have, we're boots on the ground with the industry here, and we're in great partnership. So if they suspect that a client is being exploited, and there's a ton of it going on, I'll be happy to tell you about that some other time. They contact us. And so before the money leaves the account and is in the hands of fraudsters, because once you guys know, once the money's gone, their chances of recovery are very small. And a lot of this involves scams. That money is in Nigeria. They're the wealthiest population. And so they notify us, and we're able to send an investigator out pretty quickly and stop the funds from leaving. And we have a victim service officer that will drive to anyone's home in the state and sit down, most often with a widowed single woman. And so we had over 150 reports this year. This year, I think that was reflected in here, 120 last year. And those are just industry reports. We also receive reports from banks, and we work, regularly with the banking department to help on that side as well, because brokerage firms will transfer to banks and vice versa. But we're, privileged to be able to enforce that law. Legislature also gave us Lisa's law. I'll mention that one very quickly. So if an inmate is if suspected of contracting with any type of media outlet to profit from their crimes, we are notified from the Department of Corrections, and we notify the DAs and work with the victims to recover any of the funds that are generated as a result of that.
Thank y'all for the work y'all do. Thank you for being proactive, and that's some of the things that I think the state of Alabama and the population, folks that we represent throughout the state, need to know that there are agencies of the state that are protecting them.
Thank you, Senator Barfoot. We take calls from the legislature, the governor's office. We have 14 post-certified law enforcement officers, and so I've had personal phone calls from people who had never suspected that they would be in the position that they're in with regard to their family or friend that became a victim of elder abuse. So that is something that we take very seriously and prosecute very aggressively.
Senator Cole-Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, and may or may not be related, but since you got the banking chair here, what happens if a person has money in the bank? It could be an elderly person, and they die. And oftentimes people, this was a personal lesson that I had to learn, when my sister passed, and make sure you got somebody else's name on there, whether they are able to withdraw that money, but somebody needs to be another name on it. But what happens if nobody has a name on there? What happens to those funds, or what efforts are made in trying to find out, as far as family members, just what happens to those funds?
So we we act as therapists and probate officers, and we're a one-stop shop now when it comes to elder abuse because there are a lot of Alabamians that don't know the answer to that question. So I've recently been in a position to help an Alabamian who was in that very situation. So under Alabama law, there is a Small Estates Act that if there's $25,000 or less in a bank account, you can do a shortened process for probate. And if they have a will, then it would you go to the beneficiary. If there's not, there's a whole nother process that they would have to follow. But we have legal aid offices for people who cannot afford an attorney that can help them with this procedure. Sometimes our office will, as a friend of Alabama citizens, direct them to the forms and review them. But there are legal aid offices too. So, but there's a small estates exception to get title passed to that account or transfer interest and ownership in that account.
I think I may have you all to come and talk to people in my area because this affects more people than people know.
Oh yeah.
People die and oftentimes they don't have something in writing or to let people know. But there's a lot of monies that are out there, I think, that people have maybe small savings account and the members of their families don't know how to access it or what happens to it, and they don't know the process.
We're happy to put together a program and talk to your constituents. We do it all the time, and I'll get with you. We'll do that.
Good.
We're a great resource. We're happy to help with anything.
I just point out to the senator that actually is indexed for inflation. I've had to use it for the first time since its enactment, so that hopefully will come in handy. And I think one of the problems that's out there, it's got anything to do with how they run their business, but I think there's so many people that have a will. It's nothing.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just something we've typically looked at and hit on several of the statement of receipts, disbursements, and balances. Thank you, by the way, for everything y'all are doing. You've got a very professional group of people doing a very important job, and
Thank
so I
you.
wanted to make sure you hear me say that. The unobligated cash balances has grown pretty substantially over the last 4 years. Your revenue stream is extremely steady, which is very positive and healthy. Your expenses are well in line. Everything's good there. It's just at the end of every year, it's gone from 16 million to 26 million. So, in 4 more years, will it be 36? And then, so what I'm asking is not if that level is, adequate or not. I'm asking if over time, will you have a plan that says, this is what we're going to do with our unobligated cash reserves. This is the plan we have to enact it in some sort of way to benefit your department. I'm not asking you for it to be dumped back into any general fund, but over time, I'd like to see that money to continue to benefit the service that you're providing in some sort of way. And so, I'm not asking for it today, but
I got you a quick answer.
I'll be quiet then.
Let me mention just very briefly, y'all. We put in a ton of money to investigations from time to time, over $1 million post 2008 with the subprime mortgage crisis. And Morgan Keegan is just one example. Over $1 million was invested. We received, after settlement, I personally had litigated the administrative cases in that matter. We received over $200 million that went back into the pockets of our Alabamians and reimbursement of investigative costs, expenses, et cetera. So we bring in heavy fines and fees to people who do commit fraud. We've had a couple of others like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes litigation can be very expensive, several $1 million. We've got the crypto now, which is, like I said, the great equalizer. They're operating like banks. They should be also paying the compliance costs that banks pay and broker-dealers. That's a separate conversation for another day. We have discussed this internally, and I'm glad you asked because this is also a great need. While there is a victims crime fund, it is for victims of violent crimes, and they should be compensated. Their families should be. But we do not have a fund for victims of white-collar crimes, which I know Joe's heard this. We've had victims say, I wish that he would have assaulted me. I wish I'd been pushed down or hit.
Oh.
Because I can't sustain these losses. Yeah. And these are very elderly people that have lost retirement accounts and have had to go back to work age 80, one at Walmart as an assistant optometrist. But so there is a model law now, and we are reviewing it internally. and surveying our sister states to see how, we have a wait and see approach in Alabama to see how it's working in other states. It's a brand new law, so we're evaluating that and possibly setting up a victims fund.
That sounds very encouraging. That money to being used in other ways is encouraging to me. So thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that, and I would encourage that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, members, any other questions? Thank you so much, Amanda, for being here. Thank you for
Thank you, guys.
having folks with you.
An
Appreciate you
excited
coming.
committee. I like the questions.
Yeah.
Inquiries are good. Thanks, all.
Thank you. All right, up next, the Alabama Athletic Commission. Thank you for being here. If you will, introduce yourself and the folks that are with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Joel Blankenship. I'm the chairman of the Alabama Athletic Commission. Alongside me today is our executive director, John Paris, along with our commissioners, Casey Sears, John Marshall, Terrence Collins, and Johnny Jackson. We do have one commissioner who is not in attendance today, Commissioner Larry Bright, who is on military duty today.
All right. I don't know if you were available to hear any of the questions from yesterday. If you want to address those, then that's great. Members, if you want to chime in and just ask questions along the way, that'll be fine as well. So, any questions, members? Representative Rafferty.
Hey there. So I actually had a question for Dixie here, because I know that there were some record keeping stuff that we were looking at last year, and I see now that with this report that it is looking pretty good. Could you kind of walk through that process as far as how that issue was resolved?
Right. Last year, in the last sunset report, there were some significant issues or prior findings that were brought forward. Some dealt with the rules, and the commission corrected that. They resolved that with some rules that were effective in October of 2022. They also had a finding regarding some record-keeping requirements in the files of their licensees. And so when we go back and we do these one-year rollovers and follow up on these issues, what we did this time is we selected a sample of licensees and we went through those files to make sure that they contained all the documentation that they were supposed to, and we did not find any problems. And so that finding was resolved.
Was there any? There's been some changes though. Has there been any sort of like who's been the administrator before? I don't have the old report in front of me here.
Okay,
So
the prior administration was under Smith Warren, and they are currently under Paris Enterprises.
got it. Okay. Well, thank you. Other than that, just great job on getting that all cleared up, and thank you, Dixie.
Members? All right. Just for the record, I got to make this comment. So I think I
Understood.
said it last year. Yesterday there was one bare knuckle brawler license issued last year, and now I think there's 3. Is that right?
Bare knuckle, I believe there was one last year. We did pass bare knuckle. It has come in. It was a tremendous success in Birmingham. However, we were on the forefront of that, and as more states began to pass it, unfortunately, we began to lose some of those. There was a opportunity this year where we were directly asked to license slap fighting, but other than maybe the floor of the House and the Senate, we're not going to do that in the state of Alabama.
There you go.
I've seen slap fighting. Go for it. It's awesome.
With due respect to you, Representative Simpson, it is not. There's no way to train for it. No way to defend yourself. You're going to have more CTE coming out of slap fighting than any Pee Wee football game, high school football game, anything else.
You got some women.
The state of Las Vegas, which did pass it, immediately issued a statement saying that it was their biggest regret that they've ever had. Las Vegas said this. We are not going to license it in the state. The number one thing that this commission is proud of is, and I'm going to knock on wood as I say this, every other state around us has had a death in an athletic ring within the last 20 years. This state has not had a death in an athletic ring in the entire time, and we continue to keep that going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Representative Underwood.
Very short. Do you, if there are any tournaments that are here, whether it be Taekwondo or Jiu-Jitsu, anything like that, do they fall under your?
So under the rules that were most recently passed, I believe these were the 2018 or 2019 rules. We are able to, and at the same time, we're not. The legislature has given us the option in order to do that. The commission, as it was originally imagined, was not for what is known as single form combat. We were only for mixed form combat, professional boxing, MMA, kickboxing. Professional wrestling does fall under it, under us, as there are legitimate strikes that happen, and those individuals can be legitimately harmed. We do, I believe, the way that I read the rules, have the ability to do that. However, at this time, our staff our commission has not expressed authority over those tournaments at this time. Part of that is a logistics. We're not sure logistically how to control those, and so the answer is, I believe we have the option, but at this time, a single form combat we have not expressed any control over, sir.
And I'm certainly not suggesting that
Yes,
you do
sir.
that. I was just curious.
If there's ever some form of professional single-use combat that comes into the state, a professional karate, a professional, certainly that would fall under us and we would license it. But as these individual tournaments are occurring in gyms and everything, we're not currently doing that. No, sir.
I think that's good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Any members, any other questions? Appreciate y'all being here today. Sorry we're behind and we're playing catch up a little bit. We appreciate your patience with us.
Our pleasure, sir, and happy to be the shortest one of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Licensing Board for General Contractors. Bail bonds. Sorry, bail bonds. I mean, yeah. All right, general contractors. Keith, I'm sorry, I called out two of them. We're going to do general contractors first.
It's no problem.
At least I think we are. If you don't mind, thank you, Deborah. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you will, introduce yourself to us, and to the extent possible, I see there's a long line coming in, but folks that are with you.
Okay, my name's Tiffany Lovelace. I'm the Executive Director of the Alabama Licensing Board for General Contractors. With us today, we have our Chairman, Chip Grizzle, Vice Chair, Mark Dempsey, Secretary Treasurer, Mike Tu, and then our members, Al Stanley and Mike Terrell. I also have our Chief Investigator, Todd Betts, and our two other investigators, which is, where did they go? Oh, they're sitting down over there. Which is Kyle Parker, and then our legal counsel, Mary Goldthwait with the Attorney General's office, is with us. So I'm sure, as you guys are aware, we regulate commercial and industrial construction where the cost of the undertaking is $50,000 or greater. We are currently looking to make some changes here in the near future. I know there's been some concerns about swimming pools. We are working with the Alabama Home Builders Board, the industry associations, as well as other interested stakeholders in working on some legislation that pertains to residential swimming pools. I believe somebody brought up yesterday with the Board of Accountancy, there was a question on some financials the board receives. And so we are working with them. And then I've also talked to Representative Underwood about anything that we can do to help facilitate any questions, or if there's changes we need to make that process easier for licensees. We also are currently speaking with vendors with online renewals, online payments, as well as allowing our licensees to sign up for reminders and newsletters, things like that, that would enable them to get electronic notices and things like that from the board. The board also gives 1/3 of all application fees and half of all renewal fees to qualified institutions of public institutions of higher education. That figure generally ranges from the high 700,000s to this year. The preliminary is about 873,000 that'll go to those universities and colleges. There was another concern that was brought up yesterday about the on-site wastewater board and us, and that there may be some sort of conflict. The legislature actually fixed that, rectified that in 2021. If you guys would like to see the legislation, I'll be more than happy to give you that. I have a copy of it with me today. So I think that issue has been rectified. I talked to one of the parties who said something this morning, and he seemed more than happy with how that was corrected. And we are working with that industry association, with utility folks, to make sure that we get something out and make sure that those contractors are aware of those issues. And then last year there was an issue with landscaping, and that was corrected in the Sunset Bill. We have followed that and hadn't had any issues or anything like that. And then should any constituents have any issues or concerns, all of our direct numbers and emails are on the website. I'll be more than happy to give any of you guys my cell phone number should you need anything, you want to reach out. We're trying to make it as seamless and as painless as possible when it comes to getting their licenses.
Let me ask so Public Works law threshold went from 50 to 100, I think. Any need to adjust administrative rules, or is that in the process?
I would think, well, it's a statutory limit for us. And so I think that would be a good idea. That is something that we've had a lot of questions about here in the last little bit. And I think it will cause some confusion, because we're going to have people assume that because Public Works is now $100,000, that the statute for us has also been changed, and it hasn't. So yes, I think that would be something that needs to be updated.
Members?
I'd like to be first up. On your respondents, and you addressed it in your initial comments, that Alabama has a very cumbersome and inconvenient renewal process, that there's a lack of options for completion online, and that online payment process is much more arduous than need it be. So give me your exact steps that y'all have done to remedy that.
We've talked to the vendor that created and maintains our database as to what the process is with them. We've got some pricing from them. We've also talked to a company that handles the online payments, how that would work, how the fee structure would work, and things like that. So come October, which next week we'll start the process with purchasing to go through the proper steps to start the changes that we need to our software system and website. We'll have to work with OIT, Alabama Interactive, or whatever vendor we decide that's going to take the online payments, as well as our normal IT vendors for our database. So we're hoping to have it in place by the renewal season for 24, which is March of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Members? Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I just want to come in and thank you all, especially about putting back and for young and upcoming contractors on your collaboration and working with the schools. It really helps as far as our school pipeline to workforce. So I just want to thank you all.
And I received something this morning from an entity that's trying to do grants for it's going to be more trade specific. So I don't know that it's going to fit into the wheelhouse of the universities that we deal with. But should any of y'all have technical schools or community colleges that you have contacts with, if y'all will let me know, I can leave my contact information here. If y'all will let me know, then I'll be happy to get that information to y'all so you can get it to the different community colleges and technical schools.
I'd like to. Yeah, Lawson State and Jeff State.
All right, members, any other questions, concerns?
And you are working with Representative Underwood about the
Yes,
CPA reports?
Correct. Yes,
All right.
it was an engagement letter. I did speak with him yesterday, and last time I spoke with him is he and the Board of Accountancy and us, we would sit down and see if we could help navigate this situation.
Right, because I do want to make sure that the requirements that you offer are manageable and reasonable.
Correct.
And like I said, that's some of the feedback that I've had is that there might be some adjustments or some differences and changes made, and I would trust the Board of Accountancy and Representative Underwood representing this board to make those. I'm not, don't have enough experience to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What is your cell again?
What is my cell? Oh, you want me to give it to you on the live stream? I heard somebody did that earlier. Yeah.
I'll take your card.
Okay, most definitely.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate y'all showing up and answering questions, and appreciate the diligence that you've shown in getting those things corrected, and just appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Too. All right. All right. Up next, on-site wastewater board. Members, just so you know, we had planned a break, I think, from 10:30 till 11 or 11 till 11:30. We're gonna blow past that. We're gonna, if you need a restroom break or go get something to drink, feel free, but we're gonna march on. So, all right. Who's here for on-site wastewater?
I'm here.
All right, if you will, tell the committee members your name and the names of the folks that are here with you.
Okay, my name is Melissa Hines. I'm the Executive Director of the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board. I am humbled and honored to serve the on-site sewage industry and to be here with you today to speak on behalf of the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board. We have joining us today board members, if you'll stand upon your name, Mr. Christopher Gully of Jackson County. He serves as chairman of the board, holds the advanced level seat on the board. Mr. Gully has recently been reappointed by the Lieutenant Governor for his second term of 4 years. I'm sorry for my quivery voice.
That's all right.
Mr. Alan Aston of Phoenix City. He serves as vice chairman of the board and holds the pumper seat on the board. Mr. David Maston of Pike Road. He serves as treasurer of the board and holds the basic installer seat on the board. Mr. Craig Gall of Saginaw. He holds the manufacturer seat on the board. Miss Lee Salter of Montgomery. She holds the regulator seat on the board as an employed by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Miss Sharon Kimbrough of Tallahassee. She holds the engineer seat on the board. Mr. Mark Haswell of Scottsboro. He couldn't be here with us today. He holds the portable restroom seat on the board. Dr. Hal Pate of Lounsboro. He holds the consumer seat on the board and represents the homeowners of the state. Dr. Mark Barnett of Auburn. He's not here with us today, but he holds the educator seat on the board. Miss Neva Conway, Assistant Attorney General. She serves as the attorney for the board. We also have the AOWB staff joining us today, Ms. Tracy Welch, Ms. Abby Clark, and Mr. Joel Barnes. We also have newly appointed members here with us today. Their appointments are effective October 1, 2023. Mrs. Melanie Boggin, she will be replacing Ms. Lee Salter's seat as regulator effective 10/1/23. Ms. Salter has served for 8 years. Mr. Timothy Simpson, he will be replacing Ms. Sharon Kimbrough on the engineer seat, and Ms. Kimbrough has served for 8 years as well. We also have others here joining us from the Industries Trade Association as well to show support.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for identifying their homes and where they live in the cities that they live. One of the things that I've noticed is there's not a lot of representation on the south end of the state.
That's correct.
Is that intentional or?
Not at all, not at all. I was going to get to that in my findings later for you. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of who we are and what we do. I understand that there's new members on the committee. So I just wanted to give you a brief synopsis and some things that we do with the wastewater board. So the purpose of the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board is to examine, license, and regulate individuals engaged in the manufacture, installation, or servicing of on-site sewage systems in the state of Alabama. The on-site sewage systems range from standard conventional septic tanks to decentralized on-site wastewater systems. Our licensees are trained by the board-approved sponsors of first-time education and examined by the board. The board extends maximum effort and goes to great lengths to ensure that sponsors provide proficient education to the individuals attending the training. The board updates outlines of what the individuals are to be examined on annually as industry and regulations change. Sponsors then submit coursework to the board for approval. As our licensees hold a very important role in the state by maintaining public health welfare regarding sewage, the board goes above and beyond to assist licensees with issues they may have 7 days a week. For instance, they may need their licenses emailed or faxed to someone that they're bidding work for, but they're on another job and they don't have their license with them. They'll call the board and ask if we'll do that for them. And we do give them that personal touch, and we will do anything we can to help our licensees. They may encounter a problem with an installation and call the office. I will then refer them to one of our board members or seek guidance for an answer for them. They may have issues with their local health department environmentalist, who I strongly encourage the licensees to maintain that relationship with your environmentalist. But when they do have issues, we do work those out. We send out reminders about the upcoming expiration of their bonds to ensure that they don't have a lapse in coverage. We send out email blasts regarding renewal of licenses, which start on October 1. We also do goodwill calls and visits to licensees. I attend every continuing education class that is held to update licensees and to show support in what they do. This past year, my focus at continuing education has been the safety risers, or what the industry call kid catchers. That's what this yellow thing is in front of the podium. My goal was and is to educate the industry on the importance of installing or offering the homeowners kid catchers. In September of 21, I think most of you probably heard about this, in Alexandria, an 11-month-old child was outside playing with other children and fell into a septic tank. The child perished in the incident. These accidents happen, unfortunately, and there have been more than one in the state. Therefore, the need to educate the industry on this topic. The kid catchers go in the riser that is cast into the septic tank. These safety risers can save a life in the event the lids get taken off or the lid has rotted from the elements over time. At the end of the day, the licensees are regulated and highly respected, as rightly deserved, as they hold a very important role in protecting the welfare of public health in the state of Alabama. Upcoming plans for the fiscal year 24 include upgrading our license database. Our current database is 20 years old and needs a complete overhaul. We will be upgrading to a web-based application using Microsoft's .NET framework with a secure SQL Server database on the back end. The servers are maintained and always patched with the latest security updates and software patches. We're using OAuth security to ensure no one can access the site without permission given by OIT. The site can be accessed from any browser and requires valid credentials from the state. This will allow a database for licensees that is user-friendly to create accounts in the future, to upload bonds and continuing education, as well as print their licenses from the website. We also plan to upgrade our website as well in fiscal year 24. Rather than use an outside source on contract, we have partnered with the Office of Information Technology to save our licensees dollars. I would also like to take just a moment, and I think Representative Reynolds, you've noticed this in the past, so I want to speak about this. Helping Hands Across Alabama is a committee that is part of the Industries Trade Association. I sit on that committee voluntarily, and it's become a great passion of mine. The mission statement and purpose of Helping Hands Across Alabama is to provide a better quality of life for families, individuals, the disabled veterans, wounded warriors, or other individuals with the need who are somewhat financially challenged or below the poverty level, by providing on-site sewage systems or making repairs to existing on-site sewage systems. Donated system products and installation of systems are provided by companies of the on-site sewage industries, as well as individuals that are licensed, trained, and bonded by the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board. Systems and repairs are completed according to the Alabama Department of Public Health on-site sewage rules, and systems and repairs are approved by the local health department after inspection of these jobs have been completed. Qualified applicants are selected by the Helping Hands Committee, and the committee works diligently to find the products that are donated by installers or companies, pumpers, whatever is needed for the job. They're generously given to the extent that very little cost must come from the Helping Hands budget. Anyone in need can contact the trade association to file an application. And I'll give you all my card, so if you know of people that need some help, you can pass that on to them. Now I would like to move on to the status of prior findings and significant issues. On the issue of the organizational meeting and after discussion with my legal counsel, Neva Conway, this finding has never been brought to the attention of the board in 20 years. Our understanding is that this was for the inception of the board. We thought the October 22nd meeting was in compliance. However, after further review, this cannot be done at regular quarterly meetings. You have to have a special call meeting. At some point, we would like to have this removed from our statute. Measures have been put in place to ensure this error does not occur again. The board has 5 new appointments that go into effect October 1, and a special call meeting has been called on October 26th to meet for the purpose of organizing, electing new officers, and transacting such business as deemed appropriate. Now, I'd like to address the issue of posting vacancies. So after the 2021 finding on this issue, procedures were put in place to ensure this would not be a finding in the future. As Code of Alabama states, at least 45 days, our procedure told us to start on October 1st, counting back, which would have been August 18th, and they were posted on August 18th. But however, it appears you're supposed to count back from September 30th, so they should have been posted on the 17th. Adjustments to post 50 to 60 days prior have been made to ensure that this will not be an issue in the future. And I apologize to the committee for the repetitive finding. The last issue I would like to address is regarding the composition of the board regarding the racial and geographical diversity. Efforts have been made by the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board, as well as the Trade Association, to find minorities that want to serve on the board for the nominations that are submitted to the respective appointing authorities. As of this date, the industry has 1,162 licensees, with only 91 individuals that are minorities. In addition, we currently do not have any representation from South Alabama. I do know that the association has been looking for people to serve in that capacity down south, so we are working on that. We do have 5 representatives that are from Central Alabama, 2 representatives are from East Central Alabama, and 2 representatives are from North Alabama. And we will continue to work toward better racial and geographical diversity.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hines. Members?
How many members do you have from South Alabama? Do you know that?
Board members?
No, not board members. I know the board members are 0. How many
licensees? I don't have a definite number, but probably 300 or 400.
Okay. Are y'all making efforts to reach out to them to try to find people that would be interested in serving on the board?
Yes, they have been.
What efforts have been made?
Through the association, when they submit their list to the respecting appointing authority, I know that they had one for the installer seat and one for the pumper seat as well.
Okay, but those were not selected?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about the pumper yet. I haven't received that one, so.
All right, members, any other questions, comments, concerns? Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, and thank you for your report. I would like to hone in on board composition.
Yes, sir.
I am new to the Sunset Committee, but I represent the Black Belt, which is marred with septic tank issues. You drive through communities, you can smell it.
Yes, sir.
And it's very disheartening for me that I don't see that we have these unresolved findings of the lack of diversity.
Yes, sir.
As well as Geographically, so Lowndes County is in my district as well, but we also have, and I'll specifically just mention Perry County as well as parts of Dallas County that are all having septic tank issues.
Correct.
And that has a cyclical effect on our economic prospects.
Yes, sir.
Businesses won't come if you don't have this laid out. So I want you to walk through with me specifically what are you doing to address the diversity? And because you can talk to me, I know people that can serve as well. I don't know if it's within ethics that I could, but we have several county engineers in the Black Belt that could meet those needs.
As far as serving on the board,
Yes. And walk me through the board composition, the requirements to like high level. Since I'm new to the board, what are some things? How can I help you solve this issue?
well, for instance, when my consumer seat comes up, you could send me resumes for people that would be willing to serve in the consumer seat. If you know installers, pumpers, or manufacturers, because I have 5 industry seats on my board. I have a regulator seat on my board and an engineer seat on my board and a portable restroom. So if you know any of those in that capacity, that's a minority, you contact me.
I have 3 minority county engineers in my district. Would they qualify for the board?
It's possible that, but they would, but that list comes from the Board of Engineers and Land Surveyors, and they send out a mass email to all the engineers letting them know that there's an open vacancy. So everybody sends their resume to Rick Hewitt, and he meets with his board, and they select the top 3 candidates, and they send it to the Speaker of the House.
Thank you. And I just think it'd be so important to address this diversity issue. I think the board could serve our state more effectively when you have more inclusive voices, especially the ones who are living through the disparities and these crises, because this is a statewide crisis that and I'm grateful for state leaders on both sides of the aisle who are interested in solving these issues.
Yes, and Dr. Hal Pate, he is from Lounsboro himself, so he knows the issues that are going on, and he's going to be working with us to help those people. You're welcome.
I'm going to piggyback on Senator Stewart's comments. You know, part of the issue is this is a significant issue that was found in 2022 about lack of geographic diversity, lack of racial diversity on your board. You come here today in 2023, there's still no racial diversity. There's still no geographic diversity on your board. I mean, I understand you're working and trying to do these things, but do we need to set it out another year to see what you guys can do? Because in this past year, I don't show results for anything, and that's difficult. That's difficult to look at to say we brought this up last year, wasn't handled, and we're still having this issue.
Mr. Simpson, I think in my report that I sent to the examiners, when Mr. Pate, Dr. Pate was appointed, I had 3 candidates that were minorities that went over there. And I was ensured that one of those minorities would be selected because they knew how desperately we needed it. But it didn't happen. So I worked very, very hard trying to get one on the board. But
Did you talk to someone to tell them, hey, that's the
the
Sunset
appointment
Committee?
secretary, yes, I did.
You talked to them on the Sunset Committee and said the Sunset Committee has said this is a significant issue. We don't have racial diversity. We don't have geographic diversity. Can
Right.
you please help us? When you sent those names over, did you send only minority candidates or only candidates from the South, or did you send people still within the regions that are already represented?
For the consumer seat, I sent only 3 resumes over that were minorities.
Okay. Of how many names did you send?
That's all I sent them.
So you
because
only
that's-
sent 3 names, and all 3 names you sent were minorities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's great.
I
That's
did.
great work.
Yes.
Please understand, I'm just asking questions.
I've just worked so hard over the years trying to get a minority on the board, and
Yeah.
I understand. I do.
I get your difficulties on that, but that's our job to
Yes,
kind of
it
help
is.
you, to help figure that out. It's to not let this slip through the cracks, not only with the minority representation, but with the geographic representation as well.
Yes.
You know, we all have to go back to districts. I have to go back to a district and say, why is everything, for specific people involved in the wastewater trade,
Yes.
why is everything being decided by people that don't live south of Prattville? Or I'm sure that Senator Stewart has to go through, and why is everybody decided the people that don't look like a certain group? You know, that's our responsibility to make sure that these boards answer and have to answer the difficult questions.
Yes.
So please understand, I'm not saying this accusatory.
Right.
I get that there's a prosecutor in me, so I understand that.
It's okay.
My fellow colleagues understand it. Sometimes it comes across a lot harder than it is intended. But if we don't continue to ask these questions, if we don't continue to pursue, there's problems, what can we do to help you to fix it? If it's Senator Stewart going out so far as to finding names and helping you find names,
That would be great.
I'd call in the governor. If you need, I know Representative Wilcox and I stand together on this issue in the South. If you need us to help you find some people, if you need us to make calls to the appointment secretary or to do anything to help you get in line with what with the goal we're trying to achieve, you know, the problem becomes if you have a small group of people living in a small area that just look alike, that are making the decisions for the entire state, it's not well represented for the entire issue. So,
And I did not know that I had that help. If I had known, I could call a Sunset Committee member and say, please call the Speaker of the House and tell them what I need.
I'm going to do what people wouldn't do earlier. My cell phone number is 251
Okay.
751
Okay.
8535.
Tracy, are you writing that down for me?
I'll say it again for
Okay.
you. And everybody listening online.
Okay.
251 751 8535. If I can help you, if I can help any other board that's looking for representation, I'm happy to do so.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I'll go one step further, that I think anybody in the Alabama House of Representatives or in the Senate, if given a call or made a word, they'd be glad to help you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, Madam, may I be recognized? And I want to give my cell number too.
Okay. Tracy, I don't have a pen.
And it is 334-505-9753.
Okay.
And I didn't know this board existed. I'm new to the Sunset Committee. It'll be helpful to my constituents if they knew about this board. We have lots of issues in Uniontown, Alabama.
I go through there quite a bit.
Yeah, people in my district
Yeah.
have been on 60 Minutes last year with these issues. So I'm passionate about this and I want to help.
Yes. On-site sewage is definitely out there, and, you know, it's a big industry, even though we have a small amount of licensees, but it comes from the qualified training that they get. So we're proud of our industry.
All right, members, any other questions? Thank y'all. We appreciate you, Ms. Hines, for being
Thank
here. And
you.
thank you, the folks that you brought with you. We appreciate your being here today. All right, next up, we've got bail bonds, Professional Bail Bond Board.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I'm Keith Warren. I'm the Director of the Professional Bail Bondings Board. I'd like to introduce our board and legal counsel that's here. The board chair is Chris McNeil from Mobile, actually Sims, Alabama, representing the 1st Congressional District. Jimmy Lay is the vice chair of the board, 6th Congressional District from Fultondale, Alabama. The board secretary is the Honorable Carla Woodall from Dothan, Alabama, representing the circuit clerks. We have Judge Spiro Chirigatis from Mobile, representing the district or municipal court judges. We have Miss Jennifer Collard from the 7th Congressional District, residing in Tuscaloosa. We have Miss Alicia Kaiser from Robertsdale, Alabama, representing the state at large. We have Mr. Victor Howard from Huntsville, Alabama, representing the 5th Congressional District. We have Mr. Barry Johnson, the 3rd Congressional District Representative residing in Roanoke. And we have Gustavia Maxey from Prattville representing the 2nd Congressional District. We also have Ms. Tara Hetzel, who represents the board from the Attorney General's office. They have appointments that are coming up, and the association is responsible for those appointments, and they are well aware of all the requirements from congressional districts, as well as the diversity of the board. And so the association, who is also represented here today, are working on those nominations to present to the governor's office. I know there were 3 questions that were raised yesterday. I'm going to ask if it's appropriate for Mr. McNeil, the chairman of the board, to come up and address some of those issues before we proceed into the significant issues.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm a little bit behind.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we are probably the baby board in Montgomery, and we were just formed 4 years ago, when the Bail Bond Regulatory Act was passed. Before that was passed, there was absolutely no regulation for the bail bondsmen and the recovery agents in the state of Alabama. Since that, now we have a professional licensing and we have education requirements for all the individuals here in Alabama that are in the practice of bail bonds and fugitive recovery here in Alabama. Since the board has been formed, one of the first things we were able to do was address the issue of felons that were working in our industry. And that was something we were immediately started cleaning that aspect up, where the law did not allow for felons to operate in the state of Alabama in the bail bond industry and the fugitive recovery industry. And I'm very proud that we've been able to work on that situation and get some of that cleaned up. And as far as the education, same situation with the professional licensing. We had no education requirements here in the state of Alabama. So we had bail bondsmen that could immediately go to work with no experience. And that was a great ordeal when you have the ability to go out and get people out of jail. And more than that, when you're able to go out and put hands on individuals and place them back in custody is a huge responsibility. So with the passing of this bill 4 years ago and the education requirements, we've had education in place. And probably one of the best things that's come out of the education is everybody that we work with in the court system, the judges, the clerks, the sheriff's department, the DA's office. Every time we travel, we go to these different cities throughout the state because we offer live classes. They come to our classes and speak, and we've never had that opportunity to have that interaction with the court system, the judges, and the clerks. So it's been a great opportunity, and we've been working on to increase the education quality that we've put out, and we've have a tremendous amount of hundreds of hours in the last few months putting together a better package that we're offering to our licensees out there right now. So if I could ask or answer any questions, I'd be glad to.
Members, any questions?
I'll take it. The education component specifically, in the statute that was passed, it did require a education component, a 16-hour instructional course conducted by the educational provider and pass an examination approved by the board. That was reported in a legal compliance examination report in 2021. The Sunset Committee in 2022 also made that a significant issue, finding that you have not been issuing the examination. So that's what the legal compliance said in 2021. That's what the Sunset Committee said in 2022. And your current status as of this report, it looks like the board is still issuing licenses to applicants who have not completed the examination.
We have completed a new education program that includes the testing. We have a class that is coming up next week in Selma, Alabama. The pre-licensing course has already been sent out to those new hires that are coming to that class next week. They will be tested next week. And we had a class 6 weeks ago in Mobile where we gave the first time we gave a practice test to all the individuals that attended that class, whether they were new hires or renewals. But the testing is ready to go, and it will be the first actual test will be next week in Selma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I'd like to ask you about your E-Verify plan that was flagged as not being in place, and maybe it's something that you do have in place now, but also another one that I had here. But if you could address the E911 plan, the E-Verify plan, whether you all have addressed that.
I'm gonna let Mr. Warren address that issue, and that's
Oh, okay, good. And then he can, well, and maybe you all can address, the other one was the third emergency contract
yes, sir.
issue.
Keith.
Yes, ma'am, Senator. So I spoke with Mr. Harrop from E-Verify this week, and what is holding the approval up is the sunset date of the board. So until, because it's sunsetting in this year, so they don't want to issue an MOU for a board that will probably be sunset. So I have answered all of their questions regarding that, and I can provide that email that was sent to me earlier in the week to the committee. But it is the sunset date that is hindering the final approval of the memorandum of understanding.
I'd like your legal counsel to answer my question, please. The board had enacted something that a clerical person in the office would have to be required as a licensed bail bondsman. Can you give me your legal rationale for why you went along with that? Or what advice you gave them?
I would like to answer that, but I think it's coming best from our actual bail bondsman that can explain their process and procedure better. Mr. McNeil or any.
Well, I mean, the legal requirement is that the person has to hold him or herself out to the public as a professional bail bondsman. And so that's the reason why I was just wanting to check on but I've noticed you got the judge up there, so let me let him answer it.
Hey, Margie, I really want to thank y'all for giving us an opportunity to speak here. And I know how little I like to hear people talk this close to lunch. So I'll try to make it quick. But I had the same concern when I joined this board. Why does somebody answering a phone, filing some papers, why in the world would they need to be licensed? And I think Mr. McNeil addressed the issue of felons that were engaging in the practice of bail bondsmen, bail bonding. And it had been the law in the state for years that a felon could not practice in the bail bonding industry. It was largely ignored. It wasn't prosecuted. And so the workaround for that for many bonding companies that wanted to have a felon on the books, so they could call their felon friends and set up bonding contracts, was they would say they were just clerical. They were just answering the phone. They were just there in a clerical nature. And so that was really the guise. It was really a farce. These people were, and really, I'm a judge. I was a prosecutor. I was a defense attorney. I thought I understood the bail bonding industry until I joined this board. I really did not understand all the things that were going on. Frankly, some horrible things that I think should be criminal. That things that were tantamount to theft, trading favors, personal favors for people getting their bonds made. Horrible things. And so we were tasked with cleaning up this completely lawless industry that really lives right on the edge of lawfulness anyway. When you're working with, frankly, criminals, people accused of crime, when you're standing next to the dirt, you tend to get dirty, and this industry certainly was. When it comes to the clerical staff in a bonding company, if someone can prove that somebody is truly and honestly clerical and that they really don't have any interaction with the public, but the problem with a bonding company, the entire business is someone calling to get a bond. How much is it going to cost? How quickly can it happen? And if the person answering the phone is not answering those questions, people are just so ready and desperate to get their person out of jail, they're going to call the next guy if you don't answer those questions. So the person answering the phone, the person preparing these documents to be filed at the court, they're engaged in the business of bail bonding. And so that's our definition for what a professional bail bondsman is. Not that you necessarily hold yourself out to be a professional bail bondsman, but are you engaging in the business of being a bail bondsman? And so these clerical people, we really don't want to leave that loophole, because that's how all the felons primarily were still practicing in this industry, which I think we can agree is, bad public policy.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate your service to the board, because I know what you do for Mobile County, and the fact that you also hold yourself out to serve on a board and help advise them from the judicial point of view. I appreciate your time, and thank you for the explanation. That certainly
I certainly thank
Helps me
you.
about.
And I want to thank y'all for what you do. I think people being good stewards of state money, I think Americans, maybe rightly, have lost some faith in their government, and it's bodies like yours that make sure that boards are doing it the right way. I think that helps to repair some of that trust. So thank you.
Members?
Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Carla Woodall. She would like to address some comments as well for some of the actions that the board has taken and still has some work to do. So, Ms. Woodall?
First, let me apologize if I ramble and go all over the place. I'm operating on about 2 to 3 hours of sleep for the past 9 nights, taking care of very elderly parents. So I'm a little worn and frazzled. July of last year, I stood before this committee, embarrassed and humbled at the same time. We were aware of issues we had. As it's been said before, we're a new board. We're 4 years old. We came into effect October of 2019. If you'll think about it, that was about 4 to 5 months before COVID hit. We started from scratch. We literally drafted word for word our rules and regulations, something none of us had any experience to do, but we did it. We met, we drove all over this state meeting. At no point at that point, up until February of 2022, none of us were even reimbursed our mileage. It was just done. None of us really knew anything about an administrative code. We knew nothing about the bid law. We knew nothing about stars. There was a lot we did not know. And probably our biggest mistake, and I did not hit on this as much as I wanted to when we were here July of last year, but we relied heavily on a subpar and inferior executive director at the time. We were given fraudulent information. I am not talking about good name and character. I am talking about job performance. And after it was brought to our attention, and we talked to vendors, and we talked to attorneys, we realized we had to act as a board for us to have any kind of credibility. We called for the resignation. We got it. Delayed, but we got it. At that point, we operated without an executive director. I got on the phone with the comptroller's office and stars. I learned so much about stars that I never wanted to know. As a circuit clerk, I thought reconciliation of bank statements and keeping up with about $13 million a year was difficult. No, compared to that stars program. I realized the importance of an executive director that had experience. I was the lone one probably of this board that did not want to go to our current executive director, and I've made no bones about it. I felt like we needed to look at all options. So I hesitantly went and toured the office, and I realized the value of the total package. One price to get support services, to get an experienced executive director, to get an investigator, because at that point we had 30-something complaints that had literally been thrown in a box and nothing done to them in 3.5 years. That's bad. That is not service to the citizens of this state that we are working for. After looking at everything and realizing the need for urgency, we did the emergency contract with our current executive director. Prior to that, we had operated under emergency contracts where we were told it was no big deal and you could keep it going. That was the advice we were given. That's what we did. None of us knew any different. We've learned a lot. In the past 1.5 years, I do find it interesting. I noticed this audit only goes through September of 2022. It doesn't go into anything that's happened in 2023. As far as the testing, it's really not fair in the middle of a renewal time period to all of a sudden make one group do something that's good for the rest of the year that the ones who qualified prior to that did not. So our renewal process starts October 1st, Sunday. So that is one of the reasons regarding the testing, as well as trying to get it developed, trying to ensure that vendors who we were told had been paid were not. We had to go through the Board of Adjustment. That was a whole another new learning experience. All of the investigations have been completed, as well as the new ones that have come on. In 4 years, we've had roughly 70 complaints. That's a lot. It is a dirty business. That is one of the reasons, as a circuit clerk, I'm interested in this regulation. I've watched for the past 16 and a half years things that were disgusting. And when you look at bondsmen who are given the authority to go take somebody's freedom, there's got to be a second set of eyes. And that's what happens, because they can go get bondsman's processes. Even though they've got the person out on bond, they can decide at any point to come off that bond and go take that person into custody. Law enforcement's regulated, and they have the power to take away somebody's freedom. Bondsmen should too. In July of last year, we admitted our failures. We admitted our inadequacies. And at the end, in the conclusion, I was shocked. The committee said, come back in 2 years. And I was like, wow. And I wish I had $1 for every time I said, I wouldn't have done that if I was on that committee. I'd have made him come back in a year. But the message that I took from that was y'all knew the problems and knew it would take 2 years to correct it. And here we are a year later, and you're right. We're still trying to correct things. Some things our hands are tied. Some of the E-Verify stuff, I mean, we can only do so much. We had an issue with background checks of trying to get an ORI. FBI said no. Well, our hands are tied to that. I asked.
What's an ORI?
It's a origination number. So in other words, when you go get, like law enforcement, each agency, county, municipalities, all have an ORI number. And that is the, who has authorization to do background checks.
Gotcha.
And to get the information. Right. We unfortunately were not able to. We had major issues with ALEA. I met with them multiple times. Maury Mitchell, Avery Morris. I mean, go and see all of them. Amongst COVID, mind you. So some of this was done by Zoom. As far as I think there's an issue of a finding about executive sessions, we were never guided. We are now on our 5th representation from the Attorney General's office in 4 years. And I have to say, this one's the best. She's great. She has taught us how to go into executive session. Sadly, since July of last year, we haven't had a need to go into executive session. We can't fix something that doesn't exist, and we sure as heck can't create a need to go into executive session just to prove to you that we know how to do it. That would be bad. So we are aware of all of this. I also am not dumb. I've read the media. I understand the concern about our current executive director. I'm not getting involved in that battle, but I am telling you that I've dealt with an inferior executive director. I don't want to go backwards. I respect his experience, his staff, his investigator, and his relationships with those who can help us. Are we perfect? No. But I ask for you to look at what we've done, look at what we've fixed, and give us an opportunity to correct what we haven't been able to. Also, are there any questions?
Members? Senator Gomez?
I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment. First of all, I want to let you know I appreciate you and the comments that you made. I think for me, it goes a long way as far as a person's or integrity as far as, we all make mistakes. But if you understand, your mistakes and where you've been, and you see it, and you say, okay, we acknowledge this. And I didn't realize that you all were just 4 years. Starting from scratch, I've kind of been there, starting up with a department and having to do everything to give you a manual that's this thick and say, this is a federal regulation, so we got to comply with this, and a phone and a computer, and put you in an office, that's it.
And no money to do it with.
No money to do it, and you got to come up with all the rules and regulations and develop all of those. I understand. And so you do make mistakes along the way, but you all have come a long way in having to do all this research. And a terrible time, again, working through COVID with all the other departments having to deal with COVID and everything else, and working through a system, the STAR system and everything. So there were a lot of changes while you all are learning. You're still trying to learn a new industry that you're trying to get set up and off the ground.
And relying heavily on information that we thought was
misinformation.
sound.
Right. And so you've had a lot of stumbling blocks and things that were against you. But number one is the fact that, okay, we know where we've been, and we've seen the errors and the pitfalls, and we know what we need to do now. We understand that. And I think moving forward, because you do understand that and are willing to be open and transparent, I think you're going to do well with this. So I'm really hoping that we'll work with you all. It is an industry that is needed, and the people that you have on board seem like to be good people and committed to this. So I just want to thank you for your comment.
Well, I appreciate it. And, I can tell you that as a lonely circuit clerk, the first thing that I have told my staff is, if you make a mistake, own it. Own it, because it can't be fixed unless you own it. If my office screws up and it's somebody else that's done it, I take the blame. This situation right here, I am both professionally and personally invested in it. My reputation is on the line as a circuit clerk, as an elected official. So it's very important to do it right. I have much respect for this committee, the legislature. I'm up here a lot. So it's very crucial and important. I think it's important to know that we've been very good stewards of the fees that we are collecting. We actually negotiated down the contract. We only had one bid for our contract. One bid. So we got it, and we negotiated it down by 46%. So we're doing what we can. I'm a very transparent person. So I'm also a circuit clerk who my counterparts think I'm crazy. I love audits. And they're like, are you freaking kidding me? And I'm like, yes, because if something's wrong, we can't fix it. And the sooner we know about it, the better it is. So audits are a good thing. They're not a bad thing. It's to make things better. So I'm grateful for this audit. Am I proud of it? Some, yes, because of what we've corrected. I'm also delighted to know, okay, this is what else we've got to do. We've got work to do. I ask you to let us keep working.
Let me ask you real quick. What circuit are you in?
Houston County,
Houston,
20th
okay.
Judicial Circuit.
All right, good. And I'd pointed Representative Shedd, but I forgot I'd pointed Representative Simpson first. So Simpson, then Shedd.
Miss Woodall, we go way back.
Yes.
And we go back, and I do go back even further with Judge Cherigotis.
Well, he's originally from Dothan, so
he's originally from Dothan. He and I worked together in the Mobile DA's office for years. He may or may not have been a commissioner of a fantasy football league I was in for a while. Just for fun.
But he's got great barbecue.
I will be perfectly blunt with you. I was all on board with sunsetting your committee because of the fact of this board. This committee has said, you've got problems, fix them. You've got problems, fix them. You've got problems, fix them. Your passion and because I know you, and because I know the two of you, I do put a lot of weight into what you're working on and how difficult this task is, and how difficult creating a board from 4 years from scratch to get here, and the problems that we have. We originally said it 2 years because we knew there would be problems. I will tell you that I will no longer wish to sunset your committee based on what you've said here today and what you've talked about and what you'd like to give us another opportunity, to give yourself another opportunity. Please use that same passion, that same effort that I know you have to keep pushing forward through this, because it's bad. But
It's awful.
But you're dealing with a terrible industry. I don't want to say a terrible industry, but you're dealing with an industry that's very difficult to be in. So there are good people in your industry as well.
Correct.
So please understand, I'm not talking about it all bad.
The whole card is not bad apples.
Right. There are some very good people that do that profession. You're trying to do the best you can for the good people with the people that you have. Please know how serious that we take some of these concerns, and make sure that you guys, if we do set this up for next year, that you come in with another. We don't have well, y'all told us in 2022, you told us in 2023, but we're really working on it this time.
I will tell you this. None of us have gotten reappointment letters. It all expires this weekend. Wait, or do you stay on until there's an appointment? Okay. So the governor, we're waiting on stuff. I don't know if mail's slow, governor's slow, or waiting to see what happens here. But we do not currently have another meeting scheduled till December. I think upon new appointments, I think a meeting needs to be way sooner than that. And I can give you my word. You sunset us or you don't sunset us, and in a year, we'll be having cupcake celebration. Chocolate.
So
He said he.
I've had.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I've had the opportunity to work with you before on several things, and particularly the voting, whatever the Secretary Merrill's committee was called, and I grew to respect you and really respect your opinion, and we had some great correspondence, and I got to where I was really relying on you because you were there seeing, where the rubber meets the road, and so I just want you to know I respect your professionalism. I had sunset written on this. I scratched that out.
Thank you.
So just kind of echoing what Representative Simpson said.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I get in trouble for being too black and white sometimes.
No, I like blunt talking. I appreciate you. We communicate on the same level. I once again even appreciate the Sunset Committee on what you can learn that you absolutely had no idea that you wanted to learn. So thankful to the committee and thankful for being on here.
I would also echo, I was ready to sunset this until you got up there and what I heard of what you said and your passion and your word. I'm a big believer if you give your word, you follow it up, and I can tell you believe that as well. And so because of you, I've changed my opinion on that.
Thank you.
You want to be on any other boards?
No. My husband would kill me. I had not planned to run again as circuit clerk because I'm finishing up my third term, and I am running again, and it's created problems, but I'm running again.
The state of Alabama can't lose you.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will say this, and just as by way of one of the questions before, and let me see if I can find it, about, I understand, Judge, your position that you took and made that it's like practicing law, and I'm a lawyer, that, sometimes when somebody calls and the lawyer's not in, you have somebody answering the phone who we hope is not giving legal advice, but could be maybe considered about what they need to do in a timely manner. To the extent, though, that seems to be that the rules that are set out maybe require that, but there maybe needs to be some cleaning up of some language in there about who needs to have that license. If that is a real problem, whether it be a statutory change, rule change, that we get on the same page of that. Because I understand, and when the light came on whenever you were talking about the need for that, but we need to make sure that the rules and the law match that requirement. So
I think it's a statute that needs to be updated and changed, because you got to remember, it's not an 8 to 5 business; it's 24/7, and so you got somebody 3 o'clock in the morning calling, and you may have a bondsman that says, "Hey, I've given my cell phone to my daughter; she's going to handle everything." I will also add something that Judge said regarding convicted felons serving as bondsmen. That has always been a practice because the rule was they could not have a financial interest in the business. There is an AG opinion from, I want to say 96, but don't quote me on that, that specifically said an agent can work for the owner. I've never understood the rationale of that because any employee of a business has a financial interest for that business to be successful, because if it's not, they don't have a job. But the courts have had to operate under that AG opinion and approve bondsmen that are agents for the company. So there are and have been convicted felons serving as bondsmen. So, dirt rubbing dirt sometimes is mud.
All right. Any members, any other comments, questions, concerns? Thank you again for being here. Thank you for answering the questions and appreciate
Thank
your
you.
passion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, massage therapy, Board of Massage Therapy. Mr. Warren, if you'll just introduce yourself again, make sure that everybody that's here with massage therapy that you brought with you, if you'll introduce them as well.
I think they're getting them in.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Matt's right there. Yeah. Yeah, it's good afternoon. I'm Keith Warren. I'm the director of the Board of Massage Therapy. I do appreciate you allowing board members to speak regarding operations, because they are the ones that are doing the work, and they tell me what to do and direct me, and that's my job. And so, along with advice from the Attorney General's office, and the same case for this board. So this is the Board of Massage Therapy. It's been in existence since 1996. I'd like to introduce the board members that are in attendance. I have Miss Stephanie Dobbins, who is the board chair from Birmingham. She represents the 6th Congressional District. I have Miss Stephanie Herfurth, who is the board chair representing the 4th Congressional District from Vinemont, Alabama. I have Mr. Fahd Ranajad from here in Montgomery, representing the 3rd Congressional District. I have Mary Rogers here from Montgomery, representing the 2nd Congressional District. I have Denise Dale here from the 5th Congressional District, residing in Huntsville. We have one consumer member, Mr. Darren Beams, who is not here today, and he is not seeking reappointment. And we have a vacancy in the 1st Congressional District in Mobile. Regarding appointments, there was an email sent out in August to all licensees, and it's posted on the website to go to the governor's appointments page, where they can complete an application, submit their resume directly to the governor's office, and also noting that they need to list their congressional district on their resume, so it'll be readily accessible for the governor's office when they're making those appointments. So the appointments are in the governor's office, and they are working on those. They currently end September 30th. You will see in our response where we have 3 draft letters that will probably be made permanent upon all the appointments back staggering in the terms. And so we will come back in compliance with the staggered terms that we were out of compliance on. So they are working very hard and diligent in the governor's office to be able to correct that for us. We move right into findings. Or
yes, sir.
I think our board chair would like to speak first before I go into findings.
Oh, that'd be fine. And then expect there may be some questions along the way. So
absolutely. Ms. Dobbins?
Thank you, everyone. I've been a massage therapist for 27 years. Change is the only thing you can count on. We, as a Board of Massage, appreciate the opportunity to get it right for our licensees and for the public at large. Many of us long-termers felt defeated by Montgomery, being told year after year our proposals didn't make it to the floor. It's no wonder the massage community abandoned Smith Warren for so long and allowed him to run things for us. This is evident in open board positions for years that no one would volunteer for. In 2018, the sex and human trafficking laws brought light to the plight of, and finally some much needed change occurred. IMBs are illegal massage businesses. They're not illegal PT businesses. They're not illegal hair salons, not illegal locksmiths. It's massage. Therefore, it's my opinion that the massage board must be involved in combating the activity of the IMBs until they change their advertising. A Polaris report demographic states that white men over 60 that make $100,000 or more are the client base for these businesses. So be aware an IMB could be moving into your community soon. Who are you going to call? You know, the old saying is Ghostbusters, right? That's the joke. But the truth of it is, the police cannot do anything without probable cause. The massage board only needs a complaint of an unlicensed therapist to open an investigation. It's not just the job of law enforcement. So I say to my fellow therapists and to lawmakers, I leave you with this quote. All evil needs to prevail is that good men do nothing. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren?
I would like to start with the list that Governor, excuse me, I promoted you already, Senator Gudger. Senator Gudger sent me a list last night regarding changes that were made in the sunset legislation last year, or this year. Many of those have been complied with. Of course, we're in our current process of the 1-year extension. The appointments I've addressed. So if there's anything that we have not here that the board feels is a gray area and that we continue to feel like is a gray area, the board's position is that we will request an Attorney General's opinion for the Attorney General to opine on how we proceed in some of those that we have not initiated.
Sounds great. I thank you for sending that back to me last night. I appreciate your help on that. Can I dive into that real quick?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
With a little bit of time, because I think most of the things were handled. And so there was 2 of them that were not. But Mr. Chairman, it's okay to go ahead and jump in. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. So there's 2 things that were on here that I think we're in disagreement in. And one of those, there's 2, which is, number 1, requires request to record board meetings if given a 24-hour notice and more. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the board, this is substantive changes to the bill that we passed last year, the SB 192, dealing with massage therapy. And so I think there was an issue as far as the intent of what we put in that bill, and after you and I talked about recording board minutes and recording those meetings. So some people say that's visual, that we're supposed to be able to have visual. Open Meetings Act, if you have somebody that is on your board that is able to do visual or Zoom, that you have to do that for anybody that wants to watch. The second is if you record minutes, you could say that's physical handwriting those minutes down. And I think that y'all took the second instead of the first. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And my intent on that was to be able to have record so people throughout the state, because obviously it's hard to have meetings all the time, and it's a volunteer board, and thank y'all for the board for what you do. We appreciate you. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to have people from all over, even if you have to go in executive session so that you're able to talk amongst yourselves. I totally understand that, but I think the intent was opposite of that. Do you want to reply or anything to that? Or
we will readdress that decision, as well as the possibility of virtual meetings and those wanting to attend and be able to see the meeting statewide. We will readdress that.
And we'll talk about that together if you're okay. And you've worked with me so far on some stuff. But the big one that I've kind of having some issues with, though, is that we had in certain meetings with really everybody. I mean, it was you and I, LSA, then your investigators, both houses, us from the legislature in the Senate and in the House, the Human Trafficking Division of the AG's office, and Anthony with LSA. And we talked about removing the ability to delegate licensing to the executive director. Obviously, that's you, because we felt like there was some issues with some of the licenses that were being passed through when the full board, I felt like, didn't have all of the information. It sounds like to me that y'all had talked about at your last meeting, from the information I've gotten, that y'all are trying to get an AG's opinion on making sure what exactly that meant in that statute. Are y'all still applying for that opinion from the AG?
We are, yes, sir.
Okay.
And we have an application review process. So if applications that are coming in that meet criteria, and all licensed massage therapists meet the same meet the same minimum requirements. They all have to have graduated from an Alabama-approved massage therapy school if they reside in the state of Alabama that the board approves with a minimum of 650 hours. Then they have to pass a national examination, either by the National Certification Board for Therapeutic Massage and Body Work or the NBLEX exam from the Federation of State Boards of Massage Therapy. Then they also have to have a current certificate of insurance for liability insurance, as well as passing a background check. Those are pretty much standard. So if you meet those requirements, we administratively approve those internally in the office, so those students seeking licensure coming fresh out of school can go to work. Now, if we're going to stop that, then we will have all of them go to the board, and then they will have to wait. The reason that was initiated years ago, this is not something new, and the only reason that language was entered into the 2022 legislation was to give a little bit more authority for the criteria in approving applications for the executive director. Those that had any kind of criminal history, any issues outlined, and they were not in meeting those requirements, go to the board. And so we do not feel like that we should punish students coming out of school to then delay their application 3 months to be able to work.
I want to make sure you understand right now, I feel like you're on thin ice with me anyway on saying that, for the fact that we passed the state code and a law stating you do not have the ability to do that. And you just said we're doing that to make it expedient and to get the licenses out, which I agree with that point. At the same point, it's against the law to do that. And so I think we've had a couple different things that have come through, and Representative Simpson said the same on some of these other boards. But again, to be very clear, that's against the law currently in the way that the SB 192 is written, okay? As we go forward, I want to talk about the purpose and authority, if it's okay if you keep going for a minute. Talk about the purpose and authority of why the board was created. The Alabama Board of Massage Therapy was created by Act 1996-661, professional therapeutic health service to preserve and protect individual life and health, to promote public interest and welfare by establishing a licensing requirements, and then comma, this last part of the sentence, and assuring public safety, okay? So having said that, I want to move into the second part that I told you we would talk about yesterday, and that was going back to a permit or a license that was approved of all places in my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, which was Lee Chang of Alabama Massage License number 4918. The thing that kind of bothers me about this is that they were out of business for a while, but then they go back in business. And the reason that it bothers me is that the Coleman Police Department came and talked to me after this past session and says, I just wanted you to know the state association or licensing department for the massage therapy just reissued another warrant to Lee Chang that they know of have a sexual misconduct conduct warrant for their arrest and violation of Massage Act and a warrant for the arrest for that. Looking into this a little bit further and trying to find this from the Coleman Police Department, it looks like the inspectors that were on the board knew about this and that the board knew about this. And why it bothers me even more is that one of your board members that you just mentioned that's not here today, he's not here today because he resigned from your board. And I have his resignation letter, and I talked to him this past week, and I'd like to read part of that, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right. From Lieutenant Darren Beams, resignation from the Board of Massage Therapy. I'm going to paraphrase, not really paraphrase, but I'll read the exact words, but not this whole thing. Looking into a complaint against Lee Child, Alabama, licensed massage therapy 4918, I found that Lee Chang has 2 outstanding warrants in Alabama. Number 1, sexual misconduct. Number 2, violation of Massage Act, and they were dated May of 2020 in the state of Alabama. And as of January 2023, this year, Chang still held a current valid licensed massage therapist license from the state of Alabama. On July 17th, just 2.5 months ago, I have sent a request to our investigative committee to look into this case. As of the date, I have never heard anything from Mr. Warren or anyone except for the 3 investigators, which all agreed with me we should not have given that last license. 2 even claimed that they agreed with me and that it wasn't their fault. The ultimate answer is that the issue was the Attorney General, Steve Marshall's fault. I also discovered that Lee Chang's license, massage therapy license, was renewed before that in 2022. Skipping on down, apparently I do not reserve a response from Warren or Attorney Bledsoe, and I have spoken with the executive directors just to make sure that I was not wrong in Mississippi and surrounding state Tennessee, and both who have said they would have immediately removed and suspended their license at the time of these warrants were out for the safety for the public. I understand to this board that you support Mr. Warren issuing a license without approval from this board. That is your choice, and I hold no ill feelings towards any of the board members at all. However, citing this one example that I've listed for you, if this is an example of Warren's approval process, I cannot be part of it. The reason that this is I think, important is that Lieutenant Darian Beams was custom picked by Governor Ivey and was the one that helped spearhead the biggest human trafficking bust in the state of Alabama with Steve Marshall to put on this board to consult, to educate, and to investigate any complaints that they had. Talking with Lieutenant Beams, he hasn't seen one thing about human trafficking, even though these laws that the chairman just talked about were to affect 2019, hasn't seen one thing come through there. Only thing he sees is we need to vote for this as a license as it comes through, and it's like the more licenses they could get through those board meetings, the more that happens. But the investigative side of this and the information on human trafficking is non-existent from what I'm understanding. That's on that.
Can I address that one real quick?
Please.
So we do have, and we have looked at that thoroughly. So to address the question, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bledsoe to do the legal aspect of it. Our law specifically states conviction. Those are active warrants of individuals that have not been convicted and have fled the state. Those warrants were not issued by the board. Those warrants were issued by the City Police Department of Coleman. They were not issued by the board.
So the law enforcement issuing a warrant for an arrest doesn't really matter to the public safety, is what you're saying.
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Bledsoe.
That's fine. And while he's coming up, I'd like to talk to him about that real quick. Mr. Bledsoe, I know that it says, and I've got an email, it sounds like people are stating that you have to give 120 days on suspension for a license to be able to have a hearing in front of somebody if somebody has a complaint. We just heard the chairman just say a second ago, all we need is a complaint so that they can help with human trafficking. Lieutenant Beams, which was handpicked by the governor of the state of Alabama to handle these human trafficking, send in a complaint. I'm not talking about the general public. I'm not talking about anybody that's a licensed massage therapist right now that y'all got licensed. I'm talking about somebody on your board that was handpicked for human trafficking and has some issues, sent this in to you and to Keith Warren and has not received a response from either one of you up to this day dealing with these issues. Do you want to handle that issue first for me? Because I don't understand why it's not there. And the conviction aspect of it, it's very clearly stated in this bill and the bill prior to this that any license on any wall or any place in a massage therapist statewide is the property of the board and that they can take that away at any time they want to. If they want to suspend it, they can do that too. But go ahead and
That is,
like to
that
answer
is correct. So, but it's subject to due process, and that's the issue that we're dealing with.
Okay, so on the due process, have y'all ever brought Lee Chang in?
I'm sorry?
Have y'all ever brought Lee Chang in? I'm just using this one example. There's more. Okay.
No, we have not.
Okay. And so she still has a license to this date then, is that correct? So in other states, usually what our process is you would bring somebody in. If they don't show up, then their license is suspended, right? At least for a while. So they're not doing anything. That establishment is still open in Coleman, Alabama, right? Under somebody else's name, still working. Something's going on there. The Coleman Police Department know it, but the state is not doing anything about it, which I'm looking at the state as you two because you're the ones saying yes or no to these particular licenses that are coming through. They're put in front of the board. Y'all are giving information to this board. The board is truly, I think, doing the best they possibly can with the information they have. I just don't think that they're getting all the information. And to be honest with you, I'm a little disturbed about it, especially being in my hometown, right underneath my nose after we've worked so hard, all of us together on this bill. So if you want to say anything to that, please go ahead. I might have some comments at the end.
Sure. So legally, what happens when we get a complaint in that someone has either been arrested or convicted of a crime? Actually, I take that back. If they've been convicted, it's a much easier solution. If somebody's been arrested or there's a warrant issued for their arrest, the first problem that we run into, and this is for all boards, is that we prefer that the criminal process serve. And if you've watched any legal shows whatsoever, you understand that there's something called this chain of custody, right? So the evidence that that group uses, they collect and they put it in a storage locker or what have you, and they hold on to it. And then when it's time to prosecute that individual, they take that evidence out and then they use it and then they get the conviction. What we do frequently when we get a case like this, where there's, like I said, there's an arrest or a warrant issued, first thing we want to do is find out, is the public in some type of immediate danger? And in this particular case, we sent out our investigators, and our investigators found out that this person that was named in the warrant is in the state of Georgia. And they are constantly monitoring to see whether or not this individual comes back into Alabama and begins performing massage therapy. Once something along those lines happens, then we have the ability, and I think this is what you were getting at, to do an emergency suspension. And for the emergency suspension, we are able to suspend the license immediately. However, we've got 120 days in order to produce a case against that individual. In other words, they've got due process. And although the license does, as you say, belong to the board still is required by law to provide due process to that licensee before we do take an action on it. So if we just go out without evidence, and we certainly don't want to go to the district attorney and say, hey, can I have your case file? You know, we want to try our licensee case before you try the criminal case. It's just, it doesn't happen like that. And so then the next thing that we do is, again, if the public's in danger, we start to see what evidence do we have that we can start building a case, because we are going to be able to suspend that license. We're going to be able to, but we still have to have a hearing in 120 days. Now, when we have that hearing, if they do show up, we have to be prepared to put on evidence that would survive judicial scrutiny in Montgomery County. Because if the board doesn't have any evidence to put on, then if they make a decision that's arbitrary and capricious, then that decision can be overturned in Montgomery County generally.
All right, so let me ask you a couple questions. The 120 days you're talking about in code, I didn't find that in SB 192. Do y'all know if that is in there, or is that a board policy for the 120 days? Because some of these other boards we're dealing with are handling their complaints within a 30-day period, 28-day period on average. Now, this has been, you know, if we really wanted to look at it, 730 days plus that we still haven't dealt with it. Now, I'm not talking about she or he, I don't even know if it's a man or woman, please excuse me, as in Georgia. But the establishment is still there, and there's people still in there doing things. The reason I say that's important is on your purpose and authority at the bottom of it, the very first paragraph in this book that we put together through the examiner's office, the board investigates complaints and inspects massage therapy establishments as well as massage therapy schools and licenses, and all licenses. Now, having said that, back into the code that we passed, it says the same thing. And if somebody gives you a complaint, the board investigator, there's probable cause is found. That's all it is. Probable cause is found. An investigative committee may dismiss the charges and prepare a statement in writing to the reasons of the decision. Number one, that's never happened if it was dismissed to Lieutenant Beams. That was one of your board members. The second part of that, if probable cause is found, the board shall indicate administrative proceedings upon finding that the licensee has committed any of the following instances of misconduct. The board may suspend, revoke, refuse an issue, or renew a license, impose a civil penalty or after notice, and an opportunity for a hearing. Having said that, that's exactly what this is. You keep going down on page 15, line 412. The license has engaged in unprofessional conduct that has engaged or is likely to encounter a health, safety, and then next, comma, and welfare of the public, as defined by the rules of this particular board, which is exactly what Mississippi and Tennessee, they can suspend the license immediately. You're telling me they've got to have 120 days no matter what, but it's a board policy, it looks like. And then from that, you're giving these people time to get out of the state, but their establishment's still open. I have a total huge problem with that, and that goes all the way back to my very first problem, is why we wanted the board to be able to see every issue that comes in front as far as issuing licenses, and not just to the executive director, because there were some issues before then that we don't have to bring up today. This is just one. There's more. And so, again, I'm a little upset about this. I feel like we've worked our rear ends off to get to this point. And I even told Mr. Warren, I mean, we've had many conversations. You've been very nice, and when we've talked back and forth, but I said, do whatever this says for a year and to come back and let's continue to roll this over, and I will stay out of it. That's not happened. You've got 13 complaints this year that they have found as far as significant findings. Plus this, I just feel like you're throwing it back in not only my face, but this board's face, and I'm just tired of it, to be honest with you. So you can say if you want anything else, I think I'm done for now.
If you want me to address the 120-day issue, that's actually in the Administrative Procedures Act. That's what allows boards to do an emergency suspension. Generally, that's not written into their statute.
So can you emergency suspend somebody as soon as you found out there was public welfare or public safety issues?
Yes.
Okay,
it's
and you
so long
could do that
provided
then, correct?
Provided that I've got evidence to support that at a hearing.
So warrants from a police department that has investigators that went in and did it is not enough?
Not just warrants, no.
Oh, really?
There's no
From the police
conviction,
department.
There's no.
So law enforcement doesn't really matter in this fact. You have to do your own investigation. That you can't take law enforcement's word for it.
You never know.
This is
how that
ridiculous, by the way.
was an issue.
I'm done, but this is ridiculous.
Well, let me say this from the lawyer standpoint. You're reciting code sections and procedures. I don't think you're the one making a decision about what to do or not to do from the standpoint of issuing licenses or otherwise.
Correct.
Yeah. Sure. Go right ahead.
While I have you up there, I don't remember if I heard him read it or if I read it in here. I can't locate it. That one of your board members has trouble getting return phone calls from you personally.
I return every phone call that I get. I'm not sure quite where that came from.
Okay.
Okay, along that same line, this letter stated that, so much time has passed, there's not been a response from either you or Mr. Warren. If the contact is returned, why was that not returned in a timely manner?
The first I ever knew about that issue was when I read the resignation letter. I was extremely surprised.
I might speak to that just in a second.
Let me go to Representative Underwood.
It's just a clarity issue for me on what Senator Gutcher was saying just a while ago on your requirements for suspension, if not based on what the police findings was on the warrant, what would be a qualifying reason under your investigations or otherwise to do that? I'm wondering what your benchmark is what I'm asking. And I know every case is different. We can go with this one if you want, just so I can kind of distinguish between the two.
So what we have to do and what we have to be prepared to do is have a hearing. That's the bottom line. And the way that we're able to have a hearing is to gather evidence. And we need to be able to gather evidence in these particular cases we would have to be able to get evidence that would be outside the purview of the prosecutor in order to make that hearing work.
And that hearing is determined by the board?
Well, it's okay. So there's two different ways you can do this. Number one, we can get a complaint, and then we can give a licensee a notice of a hearing, and we have to tell them what the charges are going to be.
Okay.
And then they say, yes, we want a hearing. Then we set that for a hearing. We have a hearing, and then we can make a recommendation to discipline that license. Now, if there is a danger to the public, we can do the emergency suspension. The emergency suspension, there's no due process up front. We just take the license. However, within 120 days, again, we have to be prepared to have a hearing on the issue. And that hearing is before an administrative law judge where we have to put forward, again, evidence of the violation.
And you don't really have any established, like it's a case by case on what you would consider an emergency.
Correct. Like
Yeah.
in this particular case, this individual, it's my understanding that they're no longer in the state of Alabama, that they're in Georgia.
But their establishment is still having massages happen every day, and they're in charge of the licensee and the establishment, and they haven't even checked that. So the licensee might be in Georgia, but the establishment in my back door.
Okay.
Representative,
Thank you, sir.
Can you tell us why you would have to have something outside the purview of the prosecutor?
Yes, generally the prosecutor doesn't want us to have the evidence prior to the criminal case.
Well, so what you're describing is kind of a circular motion of we can't ban the license until the conviction is already had. And sometimes court cases go 3 years before they actually have a conviction as they go through. Surely you're not saying we can't do anything for 3 years until there's actually a conviction. My understanding of this is you could call a witness outside of the prosecutor's purview, but it's within the prosecutor's purview. You could call whoever's on the warrant. You could call a police officer. You could call a victim. You could call a witness. There's other people you could call. Now, whether or not that would affect the prosecutor's case, whether the prosecutor would want it or not, you have your own separate issue. But it's possible for you to call a witness at your hearing within 120 days and set the complete conviction aside, right?
Absolutely. But
okay. So there are witnesses that you can call. You can say if there's, I understand you're saying a danger to the public, but if we're going to go through, for massage therapy for the purpose of this topic of what we're talking about, if there is a sting at a location and you have some undue acts that are occurring at this location, surely you're not telling this board that, well, we're just going to leave that location up and running, just even though there's a sting, even though there's an arrest, even though there's a problem, even though we found some issues, we're going to let that continue to go until the court process has fully played itself out. Surely you're going to say, no, we're going to do our investigation. We're going to put our hearing up and we're going to have our evidence. If we need to call witnesses, we're going to do what we need to do to make sure the public's safe and this place does not continue to operate, right?
yes, and this issue comes up frequently.
But when's the last time why couldn't you call a witness in the warrant? Well, why couldn't you call the officer or a witness or anybody else or the victim in this case? Why couldn't you call them within 120 days?
Because they were instructed by the prosecution not to testify prior to the criminal hearing.
You have a victim that is instructed by the prosecutor not to testify?
Not a victim, I'm sorry. It was a investigator.
Okay, so you have an officer that's instructed by the prosecutor not to testify. Have you requested to see the prosecutor's files?
In this particular case, well, that would be a little bit difficult because of the Attorney General's office.
Okay, so the Attorney General's office, well, this is a whole different ball again where now. The Attorney General's office is the one that's actually prosecuting the case?
Correct.
Where do you work?
Attorney General's office.
So you can't ask somebody down the hall from you, can I look at your file so I can know the evidence of this case?
Not for the civil division. I'm in a different division.
You can't ask because you're in a different division, or you can't ask because you don't know who's doing it?
No, I can ask, but...
Did you ask?
Yes.
And they refused?
They were still determining whether or not they were going to move forward with the prosecution, and the case eventually was transferred back to Shelby County. And we have communications to all prosecutors that are working the case, and we have asked, and we always ask, that if there's ever a plea deal or anything along those lines entered into, that they include not having the license. Now, this person was in jail.
Okay.
So they weren't going to be doing any massages.
So, but again, the Attorney General's office decided not to pursue the prosecution.
Correct.
And at no point did they say, okay, now here's the files that we have. Here, I'll let you look at this evidence. Or you didn't ask to go back after they decided not to pursue the prosecution.
They transferred those files to the DA.
Did you ask the DA if you could see those files?
Yes.
And what did the DA say?
They were not ready to turn the files over until they'd prosecuted the criminal case.
So it's going to be the policy of the board that even though there's an arrest, even though there's something that may be undue occurring at these locations, this board is taking the position that until there is a conviction, be that 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line, from whatever you have to have, that person can continue to get their license.
No, what we do in these situations is, let me give you a better situation. Let's say that the person was still operating in the state of Alabama, where we have jurisdiction. At that point, we would do an emergency suspension as long as we had enough evidence to prove what happened. And generally speaking, we do, because I would say, I don't know, probably 80-90% of the time, our investigators are in on the sting or on the raid. In this particular case, the raid occurred an hour and a half before our investigators could join. Had our investigators been able to join that, they would have been able to testify, because they would have been a separate board witness that was not critical to the district attorney's case.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to provide you a list of licenses that we have either had surrendered, or there has been cases where we did an emergency suspension. I'll be glad to provide that list to you.
Well, let's go further down the line. If you do schedule a hearing, and someone, like if you schedule a hearing for this person, and this person is in Georgia, and this person does not attend your hearing because you're waiting for this person to come back to Alabama, this person does not attend your hearing. I mean, due process doesn't really affect the fact that that person's not there, correct? Like, you could go forward without that person's presence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And y'all haven't tried to go forward without that person's presence?
Well, without knowing whether or not they're going to show up, we have to have a case to present.
You can't use Mr. Chairman, but you can't use the information that the police department provided for you and the sting that they did and the history that they've put together for you already. Now, I know the individual has already left that's licensed, but again, it clearly states, I mean, the purpose and authority, the first paragraph in this whole thing, man, talks about establishments too. You hadn't shut down an establishment at all. And things are still happening over there that they're still having to watch in my hometown. And again, this is one. Y'all have shut down other ones, and I appreciate that. And I thank you for them. But there are other ones that y'all haven't done either, and that's not right.
Let me jump here and ask you a question. So and I don't know the answer to this, but from an administrative side, if a license is revoked, there's the automatic appeal to the Circuit Court in Montgomery County. If a Montgomery County judge determines that, there was no due process there's not enough information to revoke that license, has jeopardy attached for that specific instance? Do you know?
Only for the action that was taken against the license.
Okay. So you could come back then and reinstitute the same thing, basically go through that same process again. Whether it's advisable or not, it's a different story, but in theory, you could relitigate or have that same hearing on the license revocation again.
It would probably depend on timing and whether or not that license was renewed or renewable at that point. If it was I would not think that the license would be renewed, assuming that it expired during that time. And you would have the hearing then upon reapplication for license, because you would again go back and take a look at the facts that you had, apply them to the circumstances, and then you would issue a denial letter, and the denial would also come with an opportunity for a hearing. So again, could request the hearing, and then we would have to represent our evidence again based on that denial.
But you see what I'm kind of, timing of those things would seem to be important, that if you were wanted to be proactive, set that hearing. If there's no appeal, and I don't know what the appeal times the circuit court would be under that administrative code, whatever, but if there's no appeal, then it's over and done with. If the court does say that you didn't have enough to revoke that person's license, sounds like a renewal. If that license expired during that time period, there's another step that the board could take to look at whether or not that person should be renewed, not revoked, but renewed. I think there are lots of different tools there potentially available.
If the person if you have the hearing to revoke the license and the person appeals to you, the appeals to the Montgomery Circuit Court, that would indicate that that person that made the appellate process is intending to keep their Alabama license, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if the person is intending to be in Georgia and has no intention of coming back to Alabama, generally you would expect that that person would not appeal that ruling.
You just never know.
Or show up or come back to Alabama.
Well, to the extent that there's an active warrant out, that person may not want to come back for that hearing or to appeal. And again, we're talking general terms here. You never know what that individual will do, but I think you could press that issue. Certainly, to the extent they showed up for a hearing, if there's an active warrant out there, you can notify law enforcement that we expect this person may be here and to execute a warrant. Whether or not they're, do that, it's a difference.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
there's this thing I guess I just want to, looking at the significant issues, and I just like for someone to address, and I'm just going to do them all at once. Some of the things we've already talked about, and I don't know if this is specifically on yours because we've already taken care of some of them as far as the sexual issue, which was under 8, I think. But I would like, and maybe we've sort of addressed this issue about executive director issuing licenses without board approval in non-emergency situations. And we can just kind of take them all at one time and wherever you all jump in. On 11, it mentioned about non-compliance and procedures as execution of consent agreements. Somebody just touch on that. The one in particular where applicants was basically given a license without having completed the requirements. The board chair conflicts of interest as far as voting on an item that was had a personal interest in it, and the continuation of emergency contracts. So if somebody could just touch on those, please.
Sure, I'll take the administrator issuing the license. Generally speaking, that's how boards generally operate. Is there's a checklist, and if you've got a checklist certain of boxes that can just be checked off, and there's not any questions, then they will generally issue a license, and then at the next board meeting, you'll see a list of licensees, and those licensees will be approved.
But again, that is not what the state code says right now, correct? That's in contradiction of SB 192, is that correct?
It's my recollection, and I don't have it in front of me, that it does not preclude the director from issuing the license. There was language that was inserted in the statute, my recollection.
Can I ask the examiner's opinion on that? Can I ask your opinion on that? Is that okay? Please go ahead.
So I listened to Mr. Bledsoe's comments, and I couldn't disagree with him more for the simple fact that this board was enacted back in 1996. And the legislature is never deemed, I can pull up 100 Supreme Court cases right now in Alabama. The legislature is never deemed to act in vain. Okay? And so the legislature came numerous times since 1996, in 2000 and 2007 and 2011, and it didn't give them that power. These boards, these commissions are a creature of the legislature. If you don't have the power, you can't act. Regardless of whether it would be nice to, you have to have the authority. And so the legislature gave them that authority. In Act 2022-408, they specifically granted the executive director the authority to grant a license. The very next year, the legislature came back. Again, they're never deemed to act in vain, and they struck through. All of the members on this Sunset Committee are intimately familiar with when you strike through language in an act, you intend them to no longer have that power. And that's exactly what happened in 2023-490. If you pull up that bill on Allison, it's stricken through. And so I don't understand how logically from a legal perspective, from a logical sense perspective, and this legislature struck that authority, that ability, how you could argue or whether there would be a need to ask for an AG's opinion about whether or not the executive director still has that authority.
Excuse me, let me
Straightforward.
just put a pin right there. You asked the Attorney General's opinion, but the person standing before us is with the AG's office. Am I missing something?
Be with it and see if this is correct. Is he with the AG's office, but just not acting in that capacity on this board? I'm confused with that.
Yes, I'm at the Attorney General's office, but I'm in the Civil and Administrative Law Division. So we have a separate division that does opinions. And then we've got, some
Okay.
criminal divisions, we got criminal appeal divisions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming and explaining that for me. I appreciate it. Mr. Bledsoe, I'm going to say one thing as far as emails and that you didn't know about Lieutenant Beam's information. I've got 4 emails in front of me.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
They haven't finished addressing my issues.
Yeah,
Please-
let's stay with Senator Coleman Madison.
Please forgive me. I'm sorry about that, Senator.
Okay.
So the other concerns regarding the conflict of interest, I think, is another bone of contention. And so what we did with that matter was there was a complaint filed. The complaints, of course, are investigated. We have an investigative committee. They are all identified by a complaint number from the very beginning. So when this matter, after it was investigated and the investigative committee was presenting their recommendation to the board, we do not identify anyone at all with the complaints. In the process of presenting the investigative committee recommendations for this particular case, the vice chair, who also is the chair of the IC committee, was the one that handled the vote, the presentation and the vote on the complaint, and then the chair. What we did not do was specifically state that the chair abstained from the vote. We have a policy through the Robert's Rules of Order that the chair only votes in the matter of a tie. So that is our fault for not specifically stating that the chair did not vote on that matter. But the chair did not have anything to do with the vote and presentation of that case to the board. Yes, ma'am.
What was next on your list, Senator Coleman Madison? I think you had another issue.
Issuing licenses to people who had not met requirements.
So we have not done that. So in fact, I'm going to jump back over here to Senator Gudger's issue because we pulled all the background checks for those individuals and none of those active warrants even show up on their background check. So if their background check is clear and they've met all the requirements, then there's nothing for us to go on to deny that license. And so moving forward, all of those applications now will be presented to the board. And we will pull our application review proposal. So every one of those applications will now be reviewed by the board at their quarterly meetings. So they can see all of the requirements that have been met. So they've met the educational requirement, the examination requirement, the insurance requirement, and the background history check. So all of those will now go before the board. So those that did have criminal history, those are the ones that would go to the board for review. But we'll stop all that, and all applications now will go before the board for them to review individually. But I might add, if the criminal history background check is clear, then there's nothing for the board to hold them back on denying that license.
Unless there's a complaint filed by anyone in the general public, a licensee, or somebody on your board that you know of, then you would inspect that, correct, and probably suspend that license until you had a hearing.
Our investigators have been working with the Coleman Police Department as well as inspecting that facility anytime they're in the area. So that's what we're doing in that matter.
Okay, and the last thing, if someone just, and Keith, we've had this before, you're familiar with it, this is, and it may be this is a continuing emergency contracts. And maybe there's a reason for it. I don't know. We're just wondering. It's not an emergency if it's continuing.
Correct. That is not something that I like either, actually, as a business person. So Uh, Proposals for these contracts were not bid, and that dates back to probably around 2020. The prior, when it was the purchasing division, that director is the one that initiated the initial emergency contracts for the services to continue. Those have been extended through the law being changed by you in October, effective October the 1st. The procedures for the request for proposals for these services were issued along with the instructions in March, and all of these proposals are either finalized and contracts going to contract review, or they're in the proposal process now. So those will go away after we conduct all of these final requests for proposals that just started in March of 2023.
Senator Madison, you have any other questions? Representative Simpson?
Here's my concern, and I'm piggybacking on Senator Gudger on this issue because I've had the opportunity to speak to Lieutenant Beams as well. There is a general feeling of hopelessness by board members that they can't do anything that they're supposed to do. They're afraid their name is going to get dragged through the mud just by being on the board. And when they try to do things to correct it, when they try to do things, they run into a stone wall. It's not just the board members, and you look at the questionnaires that came through, you see these responses from the board. It's the massage therapists themselves. There is a lack of confidence in this board. There is a lack of confidence in the way this is being handled and what is being done. And we can find every possible, thing to run around in circles about solutions. But when people are actually trying to correct it and trying to make a difference and trying to make sure that places like Senator Gudger's district is safe, they're running into roadblocks coming from the board. And that's just unacceptable.
It is unacceptable, and we do have circumstances where the establishment closed and they send in other individuals that meet the licensing criteria and open right back up. We did have the opportunity to have added in the 2018 legislation that is, if a location by address is identified as an illicit massage business or a human trafficking business, then a business cannot reopen in that same facility. So that's hopefully where we're headed in this matter.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman, or somebody else? I think my biggest issue of that whole deal is that the person still has a license, number one, even though we can't find them. They should have been suspended by now through time. Even if you had your hearing in 120 days, it's been, 750 days approximately now. Still hasn't had anything happen with that, and the establishment is still conducting business there. If there was a complaint, it says very, very clearly in the code and also in this book that is y'all's purpose is to keep public safety number one. So you do have the opportunity to suspend or revoke in doing that. I know we talked about, y'all didn't know anything about the resignation of Lieutenant Beams, and I get 1,000 emails too, but both of you are copied on 4 emails that I've gotten from him on July 13th, 9:42, 9:43, 2:13, and 3:12 with the rest of the people that are on your staff, the investigators. So I'm gonna give you benefit of the doubt saying I get a lot of emails and don't see them a lot of times too, because that was all right there together in one day, but you definitely had emails stating that there was issues 2 months prior to him putting in his resignation.
And we did respond to him and provide him all of those application informations, background check information, as well as TLO reports. So.
Co-chair?
How many, I notice you have currently, or in this report, 3,179, and then you've mentioned that you have done suspensions and revocations and surrenders. How many a year have you suspended or revoked?
Very few, because we're very successful in the consent agreements, especially when they surrender their license.
All right, how many surrenders have you had?
We have probably had at least 10 surrender of licenses this year. And all of those are reported in the actions, of course, on our disciplinary report on the website. So we are successful. We would rather the license be surrendered than to go through the hearing process. So we do try to encourage them to go ahead and surrender their license, which negates any other, not negates, but if they come back and operate, of course, that would go, they wouldn't be issued a license.
And what are the main reasons, or what is the largest percentage of the reasons you've had the surrenders or the revocations?
boundary issues, sexual crimes on their background checks. If they are caught operating, having other therapists operate in the facility that are not licensed, but they're responsible for those type of issues.
And then, we've talked about, y'all said IMBs, so internet massage businesses, illicit, I'm sorry. I was trying to get that definition down. And then in the talks, that seems to be the worst crime committing group in this field. Yet I've almost gotten a feeling that y'all thrown up your hands on that. So correct my impression, please.
Yes, ma'am. So when we stopped doing our own undercover operations years ago, and we were advised to do that. So we will work with the local police department, sheriff's department, or whatever to go in and do various stings. And sometimes there are actually clients caught with the therapist in doing those acts, and we were successful in getting turning those over to the law enforcement agents to prosecute for those things that they have committed there, and then we will go and suspend or not reissue that establishment license. So it's kind of dual-fold. We do a lot of work with local law enforcement. They do a lot of sting operations with the local law enforcement and such. And so, and all of my investigators, all three of them, are highly involved in that case in Coleman, especially with the sergeant there. So,
Hold on. Can I interrupt here?
Yeah, take over.
All three of your investigators are highly involved in what happened in Coleman, but you can't find a witness that would be willing to testify at your hearing? Where are your investigators?
I think we just went through that a few minutes ago.
No, before it was the DA's office and the Attorney General's office was the problem, because the Attorney General's office didn't want to pursue, so you couldn't prosecute because the Attorney General's office didn't want to, the Attorney General's office didn't want to share the file with other members of the Attorney General's office, so they didn't know who the witnesses are. So then you blamed it on the Shelby County prosecutors or whoever the county prosecutors were and said, well, they didn't want my officers to testify. Well, now you're saying your investigators were heavily involved with what happened there, and you still can't find a witness that would be able to hold up in court to make sure that that person doesn't get renew their license?
Heavily involved in communication with the officers, not in whatever was conducted there in the city of Coleman. No.
I think I understood that the sting happened an hour and a half or so before.
Prior to our investigators showing up. So, yes.
All right, members, any other questions, comments, concerns? We've got some folks here that have signed up to speak, and we'll get to that, but we'll certainly go ahead. Well, let's take all the questions now, and then we'll have some public comment.
Okay, mine is a optics of financials on. I'd requested, because I wasn't here last year when all that was done, so we just were seeing the effects of the prior significant issues, that sort of thing. So I'd asked for the financials for the last 4 or 5 years, and so there was a steady decline in ending balances, of cash reserves. In fact, in 2021, it got down to $432. And then in 21-22, so I'm asking you this just to clear up optics for futures. In 21-22, the professional occupational board penalties went from typical $5,000, $8,000 a year to $94,350. And coming off that low, and I think it'd be good if you could just say, well, here's what that was, instead of some people making assumptions of it being such a large amount, all in 1 year. You might not have that data with you today, but
I'll provide it to you, but I can answer some of that.
Okay, that's cool.
There were not a lot of fines or consents entered during the COVID period. And then we also we're looking more closely at the type of complaints coming in and the type of violations that we were seeing. And so then we came up with a criteria, especially for inspections.
A new criteria
and set fines for any violation on the inspection report. Okay. So we revised all of that. So there are reasons why those fines increased.
Okay, this started back in 2017. So yeah, I was just asking clear up optics on that.
Yes, sir.
Members, any more questions, comments, concerns right now before we get to the public comment section? Okay. Today we have signed up to speak two folks from public. Christy Williams. Ms. Williams, are you here? Okay. We've got a request from a board member to take Ms. Patricia McKay first. I'm sorry, Ms. Williams, if you don't mind holding, just give us just a minute. We're going to hear from Ms. McKay. Ms. McKay, thank you for joining us today. I'm grateful. I know the committee is anxious to hear your comments, and unfortunately, we're going to limit it, and we're going to limit it to 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll hopefully be okay with that. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia McKay, and I am the chair of the Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force, as well as the chair of the North Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force. For the past 14 years, I have worked diligently across the state to raise awareness, provide training, and facilitate collaboration with various Alabama groups regarding human trafficking in hopes of ending these horrible crimes. I'm always open to conversation and assistance with any board of massage therapy member, or any other board for that matter, to discuss aspects of human trafficking, arrange and discuss available training options, and provide input, guidance, or information on the issue of human trafficking. However, in the 9 years since the Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force has been in existence, and in the over 11 and a half years the North Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force has been in existence, I have not received a single phone call, email, or text from the executive director of this board or anyone else from this board. Illicit massage establishments have been on our state's radar, as well as mine, for several years. The Board of Massage Therapy should be the key to keeping massage customers safe and without incidents by following the laws and regulations intended for issuing licenses to those who are qualified, investigating and reporting any and all illegal situations to law enforcement, and staying abreast of human trafficking laws, trends, and practices as they relate to massage establishments. However, this has not been the case under this board. I have learned in recent months that illicit activity has occurred on more than one occasion in massage establishments across Alabama. It is my understanding, too, that under this administration, these activities are, quote, investigated, but are not being reported to local, state, or federal law enforcement. It is also my understanding that when these incidents are not reported to law enforcement, no case can be brought against the perpetrators to find justice and rectification for the victims. I have learned in recent months also that Mr. Warren has stated that the Board of Massage Therapy investigators are, quote, participating in the Human Trafficking Task Force for the Southern region. Now, this is concerning to me because there's not a group that's named that. The correct name of the task force that I think he's referring to is the Southern District U.S. Attorney's Task Force Against Human Trafficking. Two, the task force with even a similar name would be that one. And it's interesting to me that he's not even referring it to the actual name. That particular task force is in Mobile. Why wouldn't he attend the Alabama human trafficking, or the investigators attend in Montgomery when where the Alabama task force meets? In reviewing the Massage Therapy Board's website, although there are 3 references to human trafficking related information provided on the website, it is sketchy at best and potentially misleading or out of date. The information gives the impression of board participation with no evidence to validate those claims. The first reference is a link to the Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force.
Ms. McKay, I hate to
Is
cut you
that-
off, and we've gone over a little bit. Certainly,
Okay.
the board members the committee members will be able to ask you questions if they desire to.
Sorry.
And members, do y'all want to ask any questions of her? Okay, all right. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next up, we've got Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, if you'll come up, and you'll have 3 minutes, and yes, sir.
I wonder, it looks like you have prepared
statement there that the lady was reading. Could we
If-
get a copy of that?
If she desires that, we'll certainly distribute that, get copies made and send it to the members. Ms. McKay. Ms. Williams, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I have a quick request before I start my time, if you don't mind. And it's to do with the Administrative Procedures Act. I would like to just, for 2 seconds, just jump on that for just a minute before we start it. I'm not an attorney. I rub backs. But I will tell you that the Administrative Procedures Act in this state is very clear of how licenses can be addressed. It's being done in other states and not here. So just please look into that. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm ready.
Go right ahead.
So I've learned the hard way through this that in order to make change, you got to be tough. Luckily, I'm from Winston County, Alabama. It has been a privilege to play a small part in the 4 executive orders signed by the governor, and to stand here under the new attitude of sunset is an honor. I'd like to leave you with a few statements to consider as you deliberate our board in your action meeting later this afternoon. This will determine the future for my ability to earn a living in this state. First, please remember that these behaviors by Mr. Warren are not in any way new. 3 decades of intentional violations takes planning and calculation. The great philosopher Plato once said that good people do not need laws to tell them how to act responsibly, while bad people will find any way around the law. So I ask you, what type of person uses the excuse, "No one told me to stop," for law violations? Next, these board members were made aware of the severe conditions of our agency. Y'all know I like to send emails. They got some emails. They were very well aware of this, and I personally notified each member, and I was reprimanded in a board meeting on August the 5th because a particular board member's system was overloaded. I was ignored, ridiculed, defamed, and blamed for these issues. These board members, they are educated, they own schools, and they're business owners. These are grown adults. This is not all Mr. Warren's fault. If you're going to serve on a board, you look at your stuff and you get it right. The end, right? Well, we all make mistakes. There is education allowed for these boards through LSA, free education. We all know that. Anthony Latham told me that himself. Why aren't we pursuing it? You don't have to wait on your executive director. You're his boss. At the end of the day, I'm going to close with this. They fought back so hard in this last legislative session that Senator Gudger was forced to draft a backup bill because they advocated to sunset their own agency. Ignorance does not justify incompetence when you're over my livelihood. That bill from Senator Gudger, I beg this committee to look at SB 350 as the modification for this board so that we can rectify 30 years of issues. And there are applications waiting in the governor's office to reappoint. They expire on the 30th. Mason has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We appreciate that. Committee members, any questions, comments, concerns? All right. Thank you. I think we've heard some good information on that. Thank you for all of y'all for being here. We've got one left. And when we get through with that, we're going to go take a lunch break. We'll figure out a time that we're going to come back. Security Regulatory Board. Who's here for that? All right, Mr. Warren, if you'll introduce the folks that are with you as well.
Yes, sir. Keith Warren, Security Regulatory Board. Our chair, Kevin Murphy, is unable to attend. We have Vice Chair Harold Stamps from Albertville, Alabama, if you'll raise your hand. As I introduce you, Deborah Davis from Oxford, Jacob Pugh from Vestavia Hills, as well as Sheriff Heath Jackson from Brewton, Alabama. This board regulates contract security guards and officers. We have one significant issue that deals with contract payments that we immediately addressed when this was brought up back in August. We have put in those procedures to correct that, and so hopefully that will be identified in the next audit reports. We have no unresolved issues at all. We took care of those three by passing legislation. Hopefully, we will be able to expedite renewals with the reduced background check, so it's not a fingerprint based every 2 years when they renew. So we're appreciative of those changes as well. So
And I just want to point out on those, this is an issue that prior significant issue was an issue with other boards, not just but other boards. And I think that was some information or misinformation from the comptroller's office about how that had been done. That's being corrected, I think, across the board.
across the board with
No
all
pun
vendors.
intended, right?
Yes,
So, okay.
absolutely.
All right. All right. Members, any questions, comments, concerns? All right.
There was one question, Representative Wilcox, you mentioned previously about comments about company delays and company license renewals. And so we have none pending, and so we have processed those, and if they're not correct, they have been returned. So there are no pending security company applications on file. So my licensing staff does a great job with 13,000 licensees.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, good. All right, thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to be adjourned until we're going to go grab some lunch down at LSA. I believe unless it's cold or by now somebody's eating it. We plan on being back here. Let's plan on being back at 3. That'll give us enough time to have lunch. Be back at 3, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.